Mr. Mayor, you're live whenever you're ready.
We will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is Tuesday, June 30th at 8:02. We'll begin this meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Morton?
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh? Here. Councilwoman Perot?
Here.
Councilwoman Strader?
Here.
Councilman Hoagland?
Here.
Councilman Byrne?
Here.
Mayor Simison?
Here. Item number 2 is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Byrne.
I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
We have a motion second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. With that, we'll move on to number 3, City Council fiscal year 21-21 budget workshop discussion. I'm going to go ahead and kick us off with a few comments, and I'll turn this over to Todd and let him and Brad lead it from there. Just as a reminder, when I delivered the budget proposal to you, it was what I thought was in the best long-term interest of the city. It does not take the 3%. It does provide for our employees, especially in light of what the CPI currently is. It does not jeopardize our long-term future needs, which include things that have already been approved by City Council for development that we need to take into consideration, that even if you don't approve any more development, will continue to be a need in the coming years. From here on out, I'm going to say you guys own the budget from whatever decisions you make today. I don't plan on speaking much. I will engage if you want me to, but for the most part, I will be here to listen and see what the outcome of your decisions are. Is it perfect? No. Are there things that I can absolutely support coming out? Yes. Putting more things in, that's where I have the hardest trouble with the budget, is if we expand beyond where we are currently, putting more items into the budget. If you increase the base of operations, I encourage you to find corresponding cuts to the base, either through not funding enhancements or finding other ways to cut in order to keep us flat to allow for our long-term needs. So with that, I'll say let's have a good day. I'm wearing the spirit of 1776 so that to make sure that the America is not under attack from that standpoint, but in all reality, I appreciate you all and look forward to the conversation. With that, I'll turn it over to Todd.
Thanks, Robert. Good morning, everybody. Again, appreciate everyone taking time out of their busy days to work on workshop number 2 for the city. Just want to lay down some, expectations, casual like we had last time. So, Jessica, if you have questions, just go, hey, I have questions. No, we don't have to get too formal. We put this room together so you guys can have that formal or informal dialogue. So please just jump in. We want you guys to engage each other. Subject matter experts are throughout the room. As we discussed last time, if you do ask us a question, we don't have it right at our fingertips. We will do our best to get it done before you leave today. We'll work on it. We have subject matter experts throughout the city. Our goal here today is to leave this room with a balanced budget so we can propose it to the citizens for consideration. We will give it to the citizens for a number of weeks to allow them to digest the budget as we propose to them, and then later in August, we will have a public hearing based on the information that we decide here today. In the August public hearing, we cannot increase the budget based on the values that we establish here today, but you can reduce the budget based on the values that we established today. So when we leave this office, we want to make sure we have the budget where we believe it's going to be balanced and where we want to propose to the citizens. But in August, you do have the right to reduce the value of the budget at that time. Today's workshop is, again, really dialogue for you guys to engage us, engage each other, ask questions. Again, appreciate all the questions you've sent to us so far. We've tried to answer them in a timely fashion. Hopefully you guys have had the opportunity to read the responses. We are here to answer any questions for you along with all the fellow staff members. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Brad. He's going to kind of give you an idea of what we're going to do today. So with that, Brad.
Thanks, Todd. Really simple agenda. We're going to start off by talking about compensation. I know that's been a hot button item over the last few weeks, so we want to begin with that. Once we have that nailed down, we can move forward and begin talking about the different funds. We'll start with enterprise fund after we've nailed down compensation. Then we'll go into our community development, and then we'll end with our general fund. From a format standpoint, my plan is, or our plan is to, when we get to the funds, we'll ask, for enterprise fund, are we good, or do you have any questions about the overall base budget? And if there are any questions, you can ask those. If there are no questions, then we'll move to replacements. If there are any replacements about that specific fund, then we'll discuss those. And if there are none, or once we finish with those, we will then move forward with any budget requests. And we can go through any budget request questions that you have. If you don't have any questions, then we can move forward and move to the next item, which, this, after enterprise fund would be community development. We'll follow the same format. Any questions, thoughts, concerns?
Question.
Liz.
Is this typically like the format that council follows to finalize this?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean we can't change it.
Yeah.
So no, this is your time, this is your budget workshop for you guys to leave this room with a balanced budget at the end of the day. This is the format that we've used in the past to allow you guys the opportunity to dialogue amongst each other and the subject matter experts in the room.
If you have questions, please answer or ask them. We'll get the answers.
I guess we're just talking freely in this format. So, but historically we've used this. There's been so much work, understandably, that's gone in the 7 months prior to today that we're not creating our own 6 budgets and moving 45 things and trying in this meeting to establish what each of us thinks should be a different budget necessarily, right? It's historically been more high level, a big principle here or there, but this is a budget that builds off last year's budget and builds off all the work that we've done over 7 months to try and get here. So I don't think, it's not the invitation to us to try and reinvent what has been done, but to try and address some broader loose ends that weren't addressed following last workshop. Is that fair?
Fair, yeah. Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Maybe just one more
Please.
thing. I think it would be helpful because I'm still new.
Uh-huh.
As we're going through each of the funds, if you could just point out the loose ends that are open discussion items so that we can resolve them as we go. I don't want to get past something and then go, oh, I forgot that was in the enterprise fund. Or,
Right.
that would just be helpful for me personally. Thanks.
Okay. Sounds good. Chris?
When we get to the general fund, are we going to go department by department? Or is it just going to be kind of a free-for-all?
Well, we can say it beginning from the top, if we're talking general fund, we'll talk clerks. If there's anything we want to talk about that, then we can work department by department. That's fine.
Okay.
Sure. Good question. Okay. With that, let's talk compensation. I know what we have currently in the budget based on our last discussion was a one-time $500 per employee merit. If we want to keep that or if we want to change that, I'll open up the discussion for you guys to ask questions, whatever we need to do.
Are we addressing the mayor? We just
Nope, just talk amongst yourselves.
talk?
Yep.
This is your house.
Thank you. So we've talked a little bit about this, and one of the, and I've talked to some other council members about this as well. I wanted to start a conversation on maybe upping that merit pay bonus, one-time pay to $1,000 per employee, and what that looks like, what your thoughts are as a council.
Mayor. That's habit, Mr. Mayor. I think if I can get on board with the mayor's proposal of doing that this year, but I agree with increasing it. I think that amount is probably a more appropriate figure for that type of program for this year.
Okay. And to clarify, this wouldn't include the step plan folks or fire, just the non-first responder employees, or would that include everyone?
Could you speak up?
So the question I had was, just to clarify, would that include all employees, or would that include the non-police and fire employees?
Here's all I would answer for myself is, I think the way that the budget's been developed and how it allocated that compensation component, just double it in the manner in which you have it set up.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was about 260,000 spread among the departments.
All employees.
So that amount, I think the step plan is different. And
Separate.
yeah, it's separate. And
Mr. Mayor?
get to that, I got an answer on that.
It was actually a question for you.
Oh.
So that's the Can you help us understand how you got to the $500 number? What was that? I don't think that's something you just grabbed out of thin air. I assume there was some thought as to why that number was decided. And I guess I'd ask Councilmember Burnt the same question. Why 1,000 versus 500?
So many of you know originally I had nothing in this budget. That is actually where I believe we should be overall. The CPI, last time we checked, was a 0.8. I think that it's actually going to drop still over the next 8 to 12 months. So even the question about whether or not, whether it's a cost of living or anything else is warranted, there's a big question mark, I think, on that as to the why from that standpoint. But in my conversations with council, it was clear that they want to do something. And what I heard from council was keep them whole, at least from one, maybe two people. So based upon that, we look primarily at the cost of changes that were likely to, the employees would occur from our healthcare costs going up. So we took that number for a family, looked to say what that increase amount might be if there were no changes to that person, how much would be needed to offset that cost for that purpose, and still leave a little bit extra on top of that. And that was generally a $500 minus taxes, minus the healthcare costs, works to keep our employees whole at that number.
And Luke and Councilman Burnt, one of the things that when I was on council previously and we were in the middle of that Great Recession, and I think it was the 2010, we did that where, you know, it was difficult times, money was very, very tight, it was not a good thing. And we'd worked to try at least hold the line and keep employees whole and not go backwards. So that was the impetus, and I did push the mayor to say, hey, is there a way we can at least keep them whole and not take a step backwards? And that's the number that I saw that, you know, seemed reasonable to me. So, you know, to increase it, you know, it is extra. What does that do to our funds? Do we find the money from somewhere else then to cover that cost? So I was pleased to see at least that we keep everyone whole and where they are moving forward, so.
Question, Todd or Brad, if you have the ability, and Crystal, what would be a 1% across the board versus this cost?
We can look that up for you.
You're going right where I was headed.
Yeah, I think this goes well beyond the CPI cost, generally.
So 1% overall for everybody?
It's on the screen.
Oh, there we go, good.
Do you have the calculations for the $1,000 per employee as well?
At this moment, I do not. It all depends. Again, Robert's presentation was for all 525 employees. That's inclusive of the fire union, that's inclusive of the step plan. Treg just mentioned that he wants to remove the union and the step plan. So again, that's a different mathematic. So we'd have to figure out, I think it's about 115 sworn officers. That kind of, we'll go 120 round up. I think there's what, 77-ish unions. So we'll call it 200 employees would be removed. So we have 525. So 325 times, 1,000. So 300 a quarter.
And if I recall correctly, this proposal was made at last budget workshop, but is not in the budget binder that we received, the 500 per employee.
Jessica, correct. We did not put anything as a supporting document. We just gave a line item as a proposal, $500 per employee.
Okay.
We did not give any supportive backup for that.
The dollar figure's reflected in there.
It is, yeah. If you look on your budget summary, the first page, you see it's 176,000 for the $500 for the general fund, and then we have a corresponding line item for enterprise fund and for community development.
And to confirm, I just threw that thought out there. It's not something I was advocating for. Just to clarify.
Maybe I'll make a quick comment while we're researching the numbers. I have really gotten more into researching the 3 different employee pools, right? So the police step plan, we're not discussing it right now, but it has its own challenge, it seems like, of getting that from an every 2-year to every 1 year. In terms of real wages, it's lagged behind the other 2 employee pools. I feel like the union fire plan is really a separate plan and a separate negotiation. I'm leaning toward the concept of if there is a one-time bonus, that makes more sense for the general employee pool, and then we'll handle the other 2 compensation pools separately. I'm just leaning toward that because I feel like we're making up some ground between those pools, and they're each getting treated differently. I tend to agree we're in a little bit of a deflationary environment, right? We're in a tough environment. I do think it's important for us to do something, and I'd hate to see someone get no real absolute increase whatsoever. Like, we're keeping them whole on their benefits. Yeah, I'd be interested in maybe splitting the difference in between the 500 and 1,000 at the most. But I'm tending to be more conservative toward applying that to that sort of general pool and not necessarily the other 2, because I think we're going to handle those other 2 separately. But if that philosophy doesn't make sense to people, I'm happy to chat about it.
I generally agree with Councilwoman Strader, but I would like to see the numbers on that once they're calculated and the difference between what's already proposed and what that would look like. But also wondering if, I assume this bonus will be taxed, and if that was taken into account when you were calculating the difference in making up the benefits, to make sure that, that if it's 500 and they really get 375 or 350 out of it, that was taken into account as well.
To answer the questions for the income, the $500 bonus in this case would be treated as normal income. Again, everyone's tax bracket's different. You might be 20%, Luke might be 2%. So to be able to say everyone gets net 375, we would not be able to do that. We just have to pick a number because your financial situations might be different than someone else. But it would be a regular taxable income.
Hey, Todd, you had said something out, and this was earlier in the process, an FY 2021 annual merit analysis for the city of Meridian, and that covered 0.5%, 1%, 1.25%, 1.5%. Is that? Yeah, that's the one. Okay.
That's the one. So to answer the question, what 1% would cost, we have it on the screen for you. This is inclusive of all employees, which would include the fire department union and also the police department step plan. So to go all the way down to the bottom, I think it was $467,000 would represent a 1% cost to the employee base for all employees at this time. which should be hopefully what you have on your paper that we handed out, hopefully, it's pretty close.
Same thing. And what was the total if we do the $500 per employee merit, all inclusive for all employees?
I'll do the math real quick.
262, I think.
262?
Well, 500, it's 525 employees, so whatever 500 times 525 is.
262, yeah.
There you go.
So double that, obviously, you know, if you did, just to have that number.
So then that 176,500 that was proposed was not including police and fire, is that right?
No, that was everybody.
Which number?
The 176,500 that's proposed in the,
That's inclusive of all your employees. Again, this just represents the general fund, which
oh, it's
has
just
a
general
majority.
fund.
Yeah. So there's
Okay.
still the enterprise fund and
Okay.
there's the community development department still.
Okay,
Yep.
So overall, at $500, it would be $262,000, like you just said. If that was increased, then it would be $524,000, if you did like if you doubled it. So,
Crystal, how many of our employees, or what percentage of our employees make less than $50,000 a year? Sorry to put you on the spot. Sorry, trying to get a sense as to how many of our employees make under 50,000 a year, because if we do a 1%, then all those employees that make less than 50,000 will receive less next year, right, than $500. And if, I'll speak to where this question's coming from. It's why I asked the mayor to kind of explain how he got to the $500 is with the cost of benefits going up for our employees, I don't want our employees, especially those that are making less than $50,000 a year, to not be made whole. So 1% may make sense long-term, but for our employees next year, if that's the only path we head down, there's a chunk of them. I don't know if it's a third or a half or,
I don't have that data for you currently right now, but we can get it for you this morning.
I think that's just something that's important for us to consider before we make a decision about that one way or another.
I think that was a good, some of the basis of increasing this amount captures and covers any of the segments that I think you're rightfully referencing.
And just to be clear, reminder, the employees portion is 100% covered. There's employees with families where that change. There are also benefit changes which are going to have a decreasing offset to their daily costs that are in the new benefits that they will receive. So ultimately, I think that alone is probably going to net out before a salary portion is taken into consideration because co-pays go from 25 to 0 for employees. If they go to the doctor that is on the list, or if it drops to 20. So I actually believe that long term, this year, with the benefit changes, our employees will be in a better place than they were at the start of the year, regardless of a financial change. But they will notice the difference in their paycheck because of the increased cost if they have a family.
Do you want further discussion about, or do you want to move and maybe get a overall bigger picture of, you know, what the police would look like? Or, you know, as far as the step plan's concerned, because that has been another component of this. And we can return to it while you think about, you know, 500, 1,000, or whatever that number is.
I think that makes sense.
Does that work?
Sure.
Okay. And then, you know, if there's any questions or comments, please. Might be a good idea to have someone from our PD to discuss up here to help us with that. Unless you have other comments or questions or start talking about the police step plan and what you guys would like to do.
I'll jump in to start, and we'll see where if it gets off the rails somewhere and we need some data, I guess. We heard presentations at our last workshop, and then we heard again at a separate workshop, or a budget workshop and then at a separate workshop. Kind kind of the mechanics and history with regards to the police step plan in prior years and what led up to this year. To kind of cut to the chase on this, what I think is an appropriate answer to these two questions is adjusting it, the mayor's market proposal to 1,000. I agree with Councilwoman Strader's idea of excluding, because they're being addressed elsewhere, excluding the fire union and the police step plan from it. And then I've made known that I think the 927,000 funding of the police step plan is appropriate in full within this budget. And we've heard the explanation of how we got there and before. It's just a matter of policy decision on what we think should happen and should be in this budget. I think there's funds for it, and we'll get to that stage as we get further along. But that's what I think is balancing all the considerations, the appropriate compensation answer for fiscal year 2021.
Joe, do you mind kind of walking us through a little bit, maybe at a high level, about then how to set up, there's the funds there, in your mind, where are those funds coming from, for those two expenses?
Sure. So, I mean, I guess there are separate considerations. One, is that the right answer? If you think that figure is what is the appropriate compensation level for these employee groups, you jump off and answer that first, and I think the answer is yes. So now can we find the revenue to do what's right? I think we can. I think one of the main items when we get there, and I don't know if we need to get there at this stage, or if we're going to get later, I think the line item for transportation funding of $1 million, I think that should come out. I think that should be addressed at a later date if and when an opportunity arises for a transportation project where there could be cost sharing, an appropriate reimbursement agreement that we can do. We customarily haven't included placeholder line items in budgets. I get the intent, and I think there's probably good support if and when that opportunity arises. But placeholder within a budget is one big starting area that can assist funding it. I think adjustments in our revenue that we learned at our last workshop provide additional revenue. But I think it is such a critical component of this budget, and this came up last year and it comes up every now and then, that if it's necessary to raise revenue to ensure that the appropriate compensation goes to the employees, then we do that. And I think that's defendable to the community. I don't think you have to. I think and if for illustration, if something like that was plugged in to this spreadsheet, through this process this morning, we can make those adjustments and see what, if any, is necessary, if we need new revenue, or if there are other cuts from any of council that would also cover that gap.
Joe, it sounds like though that you are supportive of using some fund balance to cover that. I mean, the $1 million for
Yes.
transportation.
Yes.
If you take that, plug that right back into the fund balance, so.
Yes.
Okay.
And we have done that in prior
We
years
have.
on occasion.
Yep, we have.
So yesterday, I had an opportunity to chat with Crystal and Brad to get up to date on everything that I did watch the work session from last week, and then had a conversation with them to get up to date on everything that's been discussed in my absence last week. And in my conversation, and I'd like to invite Crystal to come back up if she's able. My conversation with her, she mentioned that in order to bring the positions in the police department that are not within market range, that we would not need to use that full $927,000. And so I don't know if she was able to actually look at exact figures, but we did have a conversation about it being quite a bit less than that. And so I didn't see anything via the emails that really broke that 927 down. I think it was a percentage, it was a 5%.
It's about 5%.
Increase across the board, is that right?
I believe it's about 5. You guys can keep me honest on that, but it was about 5%.
Okay, so are you comfortable sharing with them what you shared with me yesterday?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm referencing that Thank you. So I'm referencing the email that you sent out yesterday that you had on the conversation with the call.
I think
You're here as well. Okay, thank you. So I believe in reference to the email that you're referring to, based on the conversation you had with HR and Finance yesterday, there was an email that went out in regards to a fourth option, which would be for about $425,000. That, according to this, would be applied to only the areas of the step plan that are out of market, based on this information that came from the Finance Department, which you see right here. I didn't bring this.
While you're looking that up, I want to ask Brad or Todd, there was that compensation options for the FY21 budget that, for the police step plan in the amount of 1.1 million, and then gave 3 options on how to cover that cost. And I'm hearing the 927 figure, is that the?
Nope, fair question, Brad. So what we have here is the police department and HR department conducted an analysis of the PD step plan in different scenarios. So Joe is referencing a 5% option.
Okay.
You saw from me, I think, a 1.1 or 1.0. That is the 6% option.
Okay.
So we are throwing different numbers out at you because there are different options. We need to determine what is the best option. Now you're hearing a fourth option at 420 something. So again, sorry for all the numbers going around, but they did conduct, I think, 5 different scenarios in the analysis. So you're just hearing 5 versus 6, now a different one.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Todd, I'll just clarify too, it's not 927, it's 929. So
Nine.
that's the figure you see on there for option 2. That's the true figure. We did 927 from our head last week. That's the true figure though. So when you hear 927, it actually should be 929,074.
I don't know if you guys want to provide more context behind what's included. I know there was issues with compression, things like that. I'll let you.
Yeah, so the $425,000 data point, that shows you, that's the result of kicking the can down the road and the compression issues at the top of the scale and not being responsive to the scale by only going every other year. So that's to get us to the point where then we start to make an adjustment for our employees. So what that represents is the correction to the structure of that step plan, and then we move forward. And I think what's really representative to me, looking at that number, is we can't go back in time, but if we'd made some different decisions in the past, you can see how much more those other numbers, how lower those other numbers would be. And I think that's what's important and why it's up there. That's all that represents, is just getting us to the point where we can start to move forward with all the things we've already talked about, the using the old data, making adjustments to keep us in the ballpark with our competitors, trying to attract and retain the employees we need, all of those things. If we just hit that option 4, that's going to mean the vast majority of that pay scale would see no adjustment for whatever 36 months if we didn't address this again. So, and we know that number, that market number is going to move. So we're trying to anticipate what we need to do, and I think we took a very conservative approach when we came up with all of this, working with the consultants. So I think that's what's important about that number.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that would bring us in range, but not necessarily in a competitive advantage situation.
That would get the
as far as
step.
hiring.
Yeah, that would get the step plan to where each step there is on equal footing, right? And then now we need to make an adjustment for what changes have occurred or will occur in the market, what we want to do to make ourselves more attractive, more competitive, target that competitive mark that we established in the last few cycles. That's going to be one of those other numbers.
So can you help us understand, if the step plan doesn't get changed to every year and we stay at every 2 years, how will these play out? Would we need to do another request for that 425 next year if that was option 4, considering that we're trying to play catch up? And then what would it look like if we took one of the percentages for next year?
So again, you never know what the data is actually going to be in the future, but we have a good idea. We can look back. So if we take one of those other options, that means, and then we come back and look at it again, you're looking at a much smaller adjustment going forward. That's how, that 425 represents the problem with, not using the data we've been provided from consultants in the past, like it was presented, and not adjusting every year or looking at it every year. That's what that represents, and it's going to be much smaller. But you look at the police department step plan, and that's the largest employee pool, and that's why those numbers that's part of why they look like they do, because it's a big group of employees.
So Burl, it's said another way, the 420-something figure is the figure that could have been utilized in last year's budget discussion, which would have made this year's budget discussion a smaller figure, but last year we kicked the 429 down the road, did zero to the step plan, which created the compounded problem to resolve this year.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, and some of the kicking was done last year and the year before and the year before. So it just shows how it just keeps compounding.
So, Council, just so you are aware, it is my intention to bring forward every year the budgets I propose, so long as there's corresponding revenue to make that happen. I don't like going to the every other year because it puts a big black mark in that every other year budget, which makes it difficult. So we want to level this out, just so you know.
So,
And as Robert mentioned about revenue and balancing it out, as you guys discuss these compensations, our practice has been and our promotion is continue to be, if you're going to create ongoing expenses, we want to have ongoing revenues. We do not want to use one-time revenues to pay for ongoing expenses. That's a practice we've established. Again, we just want to continue to promote that. I think that's in the best interest of the fiscal sustainability of the city.
so maybe just a couple thoughts. So I looked at this in a lot of detail, and I agree that every 2 years makes no sense. There's a lot of appropriation risk for the police department, quite frankly, and it's creating a huge timing mismatch. But if I guess my question would be, if you could goal seek, it might take go have someone do this, but if the general employee pool's wages have gone up on average 3.25% over the past 5 years, the fire was 3.2% and police was 3.05%. It's very apparent to me that because of the step plan being an every 2-year issue, that there was trouble keeping up because of this structure. So at least philosophically, I'm trying to look at this like, all right, the general employee pool may not get an increase this year, aside from something to try to keep them whole in their benefits. We'll discuss. We need to do something structurally to take the police department from an every 2-year type of compensation to an every year compensation, keeping in mind that they're really lagging market. I guess I'd be curious, in terms of the discussion of funding it, I'll turn to the chief if he's here. I had a good discussion with finance about this. It was like, well, not that we would I saw Todd's options on funding it, not that we would take away all of the FTEs that we have already, or that we would take away all of the recruiting we're planning to do, but it seems more important to fix our compensation so we can attract new officers and stay competitive. Out of the positions you have, are there any that, you've looked at that it seems like, okay, these ones we could wait a year? Whether they're positions that are unfilled, we could wait a year on 2 of those, 1 of those.
Keith,
I just want to get a feel for that.
I was going to tell them what you told me. Do you want me to say it, or do you want to say it?
No, I can say it. But because I also believe it was in the executive summary. So if you look at the executive summary, we prioritized that. We put wages as absolute number 1, and we were willing to forego everything else to get it. That's how passionate about it that we know that it needs to be fixed. So my recommendation to you would be, and I've already confirmed this with command staff, is start at the bottom and work yourself up on the FTEs if you feel that you need to cut FTEs to balance the budget.
And I guess a quick follow-up, but just out of the ones that are listed, are there a certain number that we could wait a year, in your opinion, that would not affect the level of service dramatically, or that would keep us with an adequate level of service?
Well, actually, we had cut a number of FTEs just to comply with the budget process because of the extreme amount of growth. The level of demand that is placed upon us, you actually need far more FTEs than you'll see. So that is the bare bones minimum that we felt we needed to continue even to maintain the level of service, not to improve it at all. So it is going to take effect if we don't fund them, but there's only so much money, and we get that as well, and we'll do what we do best, and that's adapt. Be flexible, and we'll adapt, and we'll move on. Some of the critical things that you need to be aware of is that the record specialist, for example, is going to help us comply with state code on public records requests. The city has roughly 600 records requests for the entire city, excluding the police department. The police department has in excess of 8,500. And we have certain mandates that we have to follow under state law to comply, which means that everything else is put on hold to get that done. The other thing that we have to do is vehicle impounds. We actually impound about 350 vehicles per year. We have 24 hours to get notice out to them, so mandated by state law, that has to be done. The other thing, one of the critical positions you're going to see is SRO. We actually have, we do not have full coverage supervision for SROs in the schools. We have a span of control that is in excess, and so the quality of supervision is at risk there as well, so that's critical. And then the CSO position for CID, we were actually put in 2 full-time detectives at a much higher rate, but we realized that if we put in a civilian position, they could actually do a lot of the workload that doesn't require a sworn officer. So if you remove that position, then we're back to needing 2 more detectives. So it all kind of goes together. But to answer your question is we've put the wages as absolute number 1, and we're prepared to deal with whatever decisions are made.
Maybe a question for Crystal while I'm on a train of thought. So you and I had a good discussion yesterday. I've been looking at it like, okay, if we fully funded the police step, then there would be a next year where there would be no increase, right? Because it's this every other year cadence. Is this 927 or 920, whatever that amount, is that half of a step? If we were under our, in other words, if we were in our normal every 2-year cadence, would that number be the same compared to now we're moving from every 2 years with a commitment, I think, hopefully from the city council to move to every year?
Councilwoman Strader, so
I think
There you go.
your question answered it, or no, it's great.
it's green now.
It goes to what Burl was talking about. I think if it was split out, it would have been 429 would have been in the fiscal year 20 budget, 500 would be in this fiscal year 2021 budget, which is a single year step in a sense.
Yep.
So next year's budget, this isn't designed to be the 2-year jump.
Okay.
It's designed basically year 2 of a 2-year to get us current.
Gotcha.
I think. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think, we don't know, again, what the future holds, but, I would imagine if we make this adjustment now, what we're looking at, if we re-examine this next year, is considerably lower, Do I have that number in my head? I don't have that data, but it's going to be a fraction of that, however that market moves. Would create the number. So we're probably talking maybe 1.5%, 2%. That's generally the terms we like to use
have a question for Councilwoman Strader and the police chief regarding the conversation we were just having. So you primarily address the positions that are proposed in this year's budget, but you had mentioned in the last workshop that there are several positions that are unfilled. Do you address that same, do you answer that same question that she mentioned about any positions that could be moved to next year? Would you address the ones that have already been approved by council but not filled?
So that's a fair question as well. There is currently 10 openings, but we have 9 people slotted to get offers to. So really, you're only going to get savings of 1. But I also just like to remind you is that we have foregone asking for police officer positions for a number of years. We've also pushed out the CSO positions where we actually could use CSOs in place of police officers several years. The patrol allocation model that we approved, I think in 2014 here at council for police officers at the most conservative data points says you need 5 additional police officers to date based upon the growth that's been approved. So it doesn't make sense really to do that, but to answer your question, I could tell 9 people there's no job now, or I could just forego the 1 position, and the 1 position doesn't help you much. I'd rather cut the future FTEs.
In that vein, can you help us understand how it's affecting your police officers currently in terms of overtime, stressors that might be, help us get the big picture. If I understand correctly, some of these 10 approved positions have also been waiting quite some time to be filled.
That's a big question. And that is always our concern is that it's not the fact that we're spending more in overtime, it's the fact that people don't even want to work the overtime. They're not even available to work the overtime. So we constantly have to be aware of the burnout. We have to be aware of the mental and physical well-beings of the officers. We have mandatory policies on how many hours you can work in any given day because of that, because tired, fatigue officers make mistakes, which is what we can't afford. So we always have to be aware of the mental and physical well-beings of our officers. Now, put that on top of COVID and the national scene about what's going on with officers, and we're being put in that same category. The level of unease, the level of stress upon our officers right now is higher than I've ever seen it. And it really worries me about the challenges that we have to keep them whole, keep them healthy. We also have a number of officers that are out on workman comp claims because of injuries. So when you look at how many officers we currently have versus how many are actually in the field is much less. And then we have a group of officers that are now on self-quarantine as well. So it puts major stressors upon us just to get the daily tasks done.
I have a question for Crystal, maybe others, but out of these different options, option 1, 2, 3, and 4, well, we know about option 4, but out of options 1, 2, and 3, how much of that is building in just bringing the department to the market with the comps that we discussed as of today? And how much of that is some cushion that's built in? What I'm trying to get at is, like, is there a way to split the difference where next year we were to take, an appropriate every year increase, including inflation, and what does that look like? Is there, what's the difference between options 1, 2, and 3 in terms of the analytical grounding and the comp set to market?
So I think it kind of plays along with the discussion we were having a little bit earlier. This, like all kinds of wages, moves, at different rates over the years. The more we do now, probably the less we have to do later. and vice versa, I think is typically how that would play out. We just don't know what that data how it will change over the next year. We don't know. We feel very comfortable, with what's up there as far as putting us in a good spot for this year, and then we'll see next year.
So council, hopefully you listened to what the chief said in this context and put it into larger context. Every dollar in ongoing that you appropriate without finding a corresponding ongoing revenue source puts everything that you're hearing further and further behind. If you're using growth revenue to pay for today's current salary needs, then you're pushing off those additional patrol officers each and every year. It's not a fun situation, but it's the reality. So just please take that into consideration as you think about what you want to do from a compensation standpoint.
In that regard, in general, I anticipate next year's budget conversation is going to be even more challenging than this one. I mean, we really haven't fully felt the results of COVID yet with all of the loans and the stimulus packages and whatnot that we've seen nationally. I think next year is going to be more challenging when folks have gone through their savings accounts and, kind of burned through some retirement money. We're going to be having a more challenging conversation, in my opinion, about where people are personally, financially, economically than we are today. That's just my guess.
To provide a little bit of history to this, when we did the police step plan last time, the amount was 1.1 million, and that was in 2019. So to look at today, we're looking at about similar numbers, and that's every other year. You do the math, and that equates to about around 500,000 per year is what we did if we did it every year. So to put that in context to what you're seeing here, maybe that'll give you a little bit more idea of what we've seen historically versus what we should see or should expect to see. Provide a little more context there.
Brad, I'd like to add just a little bit more context to that, and Burl can actually give these numbers. If you went with option number 2, I almost said 5, if you went with option number 2, we took a very conservative approach when we pitched that, and I know we don't like to be compared to Boise, but it puts it in context because they are one of the 2 of our competitors. It still puts us $2.45 an hour at entry level below Boise. And so that option 2 puts us in the competitive realm, but still leaves us at mostly 3, could be 2 on some of those positions, until the county makes their 2% adjustments they're proposing, or they cut it this year. We know that Boise is getting 4.5 because it's negotiated. That's a gimme. We know that. Now our other competitor is Ada County, which has 2% on the table. That's going to increase the gap 2% more if we don't do something.
Chief, in response to your earlier comments about the importance of the step plan that we're discussing and the willingness, if necessary, to adjust things within your ranked priority for the budget, the recruiting officer, I don't know if you mentioned it, I missed it, I apologize. But is that one that if some adjustment needed to be made, I think everything in your proposal has a basis for it, and you can articulate the reason why they were included and why it made it through. I don't doubt that at all. But despite the fact that everything in your list is necessary to maintain levels of service, is that one, I was surprised it was above even the record specialist. I think your other positions had a maybe a more clear articulation of immediate need, but if necessary, in light of if option 2 needs to happen, is the recruiting officer one that could be delayed or reassessed somehow? When we're just thinking about ways to make this work.
It's a fair question, and I have 2 answers for that. The one thing we need to realize is that the further we push this out, we won't have to worry about cutting positions because we just won't be able to fill positions, and we're already in that position. So the idea behind the recruiting officer position was to try to attract a good candidate pool to fill these positions based upon the circumstances we're facing. If you gave an increase to the wages, well, if we went option 3, then we could just forget it. No, I'm just kidding. If you actually make some corrections to the wages, then it's going to be easier for ongoing staff to attract people. We were just trying to put a position in to focus in on attracting quality candidates and to make ourselves marketable. Can we forego it? We can forego anything. But the days of having applicants knock on your door aren't there anymore. And so we have to go find them. And so that's the purpose of the recruiting position. And then the other thing is I think it's 140, well, Brad probably has it, but 140,000-ish with ongoing and one-time expenses. So you still have 900,000 you got to find to fund the rest of the plan.
Understood. I think the reason I may challenge you on that, your remark about making sacrifice to have the step plan happen is appreciated. And I think part of how your department does recruiting really well and how we can support that, one is adequately fund compensation the way it should be and send that message loud and clear. It's the best department in the state, no question, and you're going to get poached because it's the best. But part of that also is our continued commitment when we fund a position that we stay true to it. This came up in last year's budget, I think in the July workshop, kind of the discussion of do you defund a position that's funded and that sends the wrong message to the community and that has an impact on your ability to recruit. Folks may be reluctant to apply to a city that isn't steadfast in its commitment to the officers that it's funded. We discussed, do you not fund a position, and then if quality applicants come up, we do a budget amendment to try and address that at the time. The problem is that you don't have people want to apply if they don't see that there's funded positions in that commitment. So I think that track record of steps that we've taken all help facilitate successful recruitment as best we can, which invited the discussion of, if we stay consistent with all of those policies and practices as an elected body, does that help soften the blow should a recruiting officer be removed, maybe even for a year? Kind of a trade-off.
Yeah, and our department, our culture, our people are our #1 recruiter. And so if we could make the adjustments on the wages side of things, our people could still do it and do it well. And so yes, we could forego that. We just know that the difficulties now, and they keep getting worse as far as trying to attract people. So if the city grows more and we have an even greater need to fill positions that we fund, we're going to have to attract people. And so can it wait? Absolutely. But can it wait and this also not do adjustments here? Then that's makes our job that much more challenging.
That's what I was kind of getting at. I heard you kind of had to, if you're going to make that adjustment to this, that you had to remain steadfast in the commitment to the other principles that I described. And one of the reasons why I think option 2 is the right answer for this budget, at least for adopting it within the tentative budget that gets published for public comment, because it doesn't necessarily end today.
Joe, I guess one other thing just for the record, that because of COVID and because of the schools being closed, that's given the ability to use a lot of those SROs to act as recruiters right now. We actually have one real strong officer that she has developed our recruiting website and has been doing a magnificent job. And so we've had the ability to do that right now because of that. And with unknown what's going to happen next year, there's a potential for using those SROs for that position if they're not in the schools. But just, also if they're not in the schools, then that's a funding source that we also have to deal with as well. So just so you have all that information as you make your decisions.
Thanks.
I'm going to play Captain Obvious, but you can pay people more or you can hire more people, and it's really hard to do both.
What's that?
You can pay people more or you can hire more people, but it's really hard to do both. So just being Captain Obvious today.
I'll chime in. I'm hoping we can get this train moving in a direction. I like the idea of trying to find a way to do option 2. Because it sounds like we really have to do that, because that gets us to an every year cadence. If I'm hearing this correctly, sounds like we have some offsetting in the recruiting. We need to take a look at if there's other offsetting to be found. But I started off thinking I was more of an option 4, to be honest, or maybe an option 1. But I was hoping that would sort of get us from an every 2 year to an every 1 year. That's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is just to reach market today and be competitive today, not 12 months from now. So please confirm, but today, we have to do, it sounds like option 2. Am I hearing that? What happens if we pick, what happens if we pick option 1? Sorry, Crystal.
Okay, I'm having trouble. There we go. Thank you. I'm having trouble with my mic. So certainly you are correct in what you're saying about option 2, and we're in agreement with that. Option 1 just gives us and strengthens our competitive advantage, right? That's obviously what the top option is going to do for us. So given your different choices, you're looking at how competitive do you want Meridian PD to be in the market pool that they are challenged with attracting and securing police officers.
So maybe to that point, just to like directly go at it. So if our starting officers are at a 15% discount to Boise today, what does options 1, 2, and 3 get us to?
Yeah, so, and we kind of covered this last couple of weeks, but our recruit, is 9% below market right now. And then it goes 15, 10, 9, up in those lower ranks. Now, I think your question is, if we go with option 2, where do we land? And we land in a position we're comfortable with. Certainly not the top and not the bottom, and a place where we think we can continue to do business for the next 12 months. One thing that I always, when I get an opportunity to mention when we talk about officers, is the large amount of retirements that we have ahead of us. So this issue is much like the step plan, compounding, and we're kind of at the edge of that avalanche that's going to start here in the next couple of years, and it's going to be significant. So just another reason why it's important to do what we can to set ourselves up for success, knowing that it's hard no matter what.
There's not a shred of doubt in my mind how important it is. I do not doubt that the chief needs these, I don't doubt any of that. I want you to give me a number. And I'm really sorry to be like that, but if you're giving me like 4 example levels of 9%, 15%, 10%, 9%, what does option 1 bring me to, option 2 bring me to, option 3 bring me to? It doesn't have to be right now. Maybe give us a matrix of, if we make these adjustments, here is exactly where it's going to be. Pick a comparison point to Boise, for example. I think we could wrap our head around that.
So we know if you want to use Boise as a measure. We know October 1st, their recruit or starting wage would be, I think it's $25.80 an hour. So that's where they're going to start. Currently, we're at $20.56 an hour. So it's a pretty significant gap. If we did option, I have all these right in front of me. So if we did the up here, option 1, that would put us at $23.37. Option 2 would put us at $23.60. And option 3, which would be the 6% up there, would put us at $23.82. So if we took that top financial option, option 3, we're still $1.98 an hour behind. So that's, if that gives you any context. Now, of course, it's different as you move up and down the plan at what that gap looks like, but I think we're talking about attracting officers, so.
I think that helps us at least visualize what we're talking about. I mean, I think we lead with our culture, and we have, we lead with our culture as a city. I think we try to do everything we can from a benefits and quality of life perspective that we can, and we try to be competitive. I don't think we're in an arms race necessarily with Boise, but we do have to keep it in mind because it's who we're directly competing with in this market. So I mean, that at least getting the numbers helps me understand. I'm not seeing, though, to be honest, I mean, I guess, how much of a difference does it make between options 1 to option 2 to option 3 in terms of your recruiting capability?
Well, it's proportional as you go up. So our bottom 4 steps is where we're behind, market. So those increases grow and make us more attractive, where I guess trying to put my mind or put myself in the position of somebody looking at jumping into this profession, and they look at that starting wage, but if they can also look forward and go, okay, well, as long as I perform, this is where I'm going to be next year and next year and next year. And as we go up those bottom steps, we start to become more competitive. You can tell by the numbers I gave you, we're not super competitive even after these adjustments. We're okay, and that's why we put this in front of you. We think we're okay at those points, and then as you move up, it becomes a little more competitive at each one of those steps.
Pearl, just let me add too, the options were there just for you. They weren't anything, because in the past, we've always been, okay, give me several different options to choose from. We didn't come up with the options on our own, and so we came up with the 5% based upon heavy negotiations and discussions with our consultant, with a very, very conservative mindset. And I guess I also need to point out here, and I don't want to bring up benefits, but I have to for a minute. This is only making us somewhat competitive wages only. If you want to throw benefits out there to our competing agencies, that's a whole different discussion, and it takes you way beyond what we're trying to do here today. So we're only talking about wages in competitiveness and nothing else.
So you had both mentioned that there are officers that have left and gone to different departments for financial reasons. At least that's what we think is happening. Is the second or third option going to make it competitive enough that we anticipate that may slow down, or is there a particular position or group of positions that you're seeing officers leave? Are they sergeants? Are they, and in what ranges in relationship to this conversation?
Well, typically, we have an idea of why people leave our profession for all kinds of reasons. To go to other agencies, and it could be financial. We don't know what they were promised or how they were swayed away. Financial, or a lateral, or an increasing position. Much like the private sector, take a better job, better position, whatever. And I think those are all individual cases. I think obviously the more competitive we are, the the more it's going to retain our employees and make it harder for them to leave, and that doesn't always sound positive, but that's a part of this discussion is you make it hard for your good employees to leave your organization. The thing that worries me most, and we saw this 2 or 3 years ago, and I think more of this is going to come, and you see it across the national landscape, it's people just leaving this profession. And because we're pretty proud of our people, we hire very intelligent, hardworking people that can contribute in a lot of ways in other organizations and businesses and you name it. And we've had a handful of them leave in recent memory, and I think you're dealing with both of those things. And I don't know that we can keep that from happening, but I think the ones that are willing to stay in law enforcement, I think this makes us better, makes it a little harder to leave. I don't want anybody to leave. We have tremendous investment in these employees, you know, emotional investment in our culture, all those things, but then you look at the cost of losing a tenured employee, it's significant. You know, you can go out there and research this, and I don't know that there's any good numbers, but it's between $100,000 and $150,000 to lose an officer that's tenured in your agency. Just, you know, all the costs associated with that. So I just think there's a lot of tentacles here. But to answer your question, it would make it harder to leave, I would think.
Are there average turnover rates in police departments? Are those looked at statewide or local level at a national level, and how do we compare? Do you have that information?
I don't. I don't know how we would find. I'm sure there is in the national landscape, and with recent events. I mean, you can see certain large agencies are losing hundreds of officers a day that are deciding to take early retirement or leave and that kind of thing. So I don't know that right now is the best time to look at that, but I think there should be some data out there. Part of our issue or circumstances, you know, we've grown so fast, so quick, we don't really know what it's going to look like for our specific agency because we're just moving too fast.
Burl, I'd just like to point out too that we're only talking about one factor about retaining our employees because our turnover rate is pretty darn good. It's really been great. I don't have that percentage. But any given time, any year, you have 100 open law enforcement positions for the Valley, for Nampa, Meridian, Ada County, Boise, and you have a limited applicant pool. And they're looking at all those things. And so it's trying to grab that person. So it's not just retaining employees, it's actually being able to attract the limited amount of applicants from going somewhere else. Why here and not there? And so we've lost a few of those recently to other agencies because they come in and they're trying to get out of whatever environment they're in and they just need a job and they're going to take either the best or the quickest. And so we've lost a lot to our competitors on that as well because of the current situation we're in.
Todd, I need to get clarification. You talked about ongoing expenses, you know, only use ongoing revenue, which I think is a wise principle to follow. I mean, we're very conservative how we handle budgets with the city, and it serves our citizens well. We don't have bonds, we don't have debt. We are making sure that we will pay as we go, and we try to save for things that big ticket items that are coming along. And when this was developed, I know the 2021 police budget enhancements were put together, and now we're talking about, okay, to achieve certain things, you know, maybe we cut certain things and, you know, or drop that off the list. So when this was developed and these were put into place, we were coming out with a balanced budget. The mayor put forward a balanced budget. But as Councilwoman Pearl pointed out, we're in a different time, and when was that developed and that crystal ball gazed into to determine, you know, running all the numbers to say based on growth, based on these factors, it looks like we'll have X, so we can afford Y. But has the equation changed some that even if we were to take, okay, we're gonna, you know, as Councilman Borton is talking about, if we increase, do we need recruiting? I think those are good thoughts as we try to figure this out. But, so we drop some things off to fund something, but then that revenue drops. And we're not paying as we go. We're not funding with ongoing revenue. We're behind the 8 ball when it comes again next year. I guess help me understand how conservative we budgeted to make sure that if we take some of these things off the list to help fund those things, that is not, and we know those positions will be back next year, and of course, that'll be a whole new year. Are we going to be able to sustain our budget moving forward, even with this conservative approach of saying, okay, we're going to find ways to make that work, when it's off a list for a future expenditure? That's my concern. We're not cutting something now that is already being spent on, but a future anticipated expense to add real dollars to the budget. Is that, probably clear as mud. Sorry about that.
Well, Brad, the answer to the question, how late do we adjust the revenue numbers? The answer is end of May. So we got some revenue numbers 2 days before we published the book. So we wait until the very last minute to update all of our revenue figures for you guys to see what we have. We've developed a 5 and 10-year financial forecast plan that takes into consideration all staffing requests and all merit increases. So we balance 5 years of revenues versus 5 years of expenses so that we can make sure that the decisions we're making today have the ability to be funded for the next 5 years. The 10-year plan is more that crystal ball, that goal. We don't bounce those final 5 years. We have time to adjust our decisions to bounce those 5 years. So what you see here is an effort of not just a 1-year budget, but a 5-year budget that the mayor, directors, and all of us have been discussing, so that all the decisions that we're making today have the ability to fund the 5 years in its entirety. Year 6, again, we discuss that later on. So we believe that the decisions that we're asking you to look at are not just for 21, but also for 21 all the way to 25. So we believe the financial forecasts that we have put together are fundable based on the decisions and the balanced budget that you have today, along with the CFP items in the 5-year forecast as well. So again, we try to do our math and try to do our forecasting to make sure not only today's decision works today, but also for 5 years.
Okay.
And that's based upon assumptions. That's based upon assumption you take the 3%.
It is.
Every year. So not taking the 3% in 1 year alone has compounding impacts, especially if you add to the base from that standpoint. And this is a philosophical conversation. I mean, new construction is meant to fund new people, new costs, not existing. And I would say the step plan is existing officers' costs, which really should fall into the 3% bucket. That's, if you choose to not take the 3% and add this to the base, then you're really borrowing against new construction or future services that our residents want to fund today's needs. Whether that's a 1-year decision or that's how you do it forever, that's where you're in, why we're in the situation you are from the budget that I proposed. Because it does not contemplate taking the 3%. If we had the 3% in there, this would be a whole different conversation. We could easily go to option 4 and give the employees across the board. I wouldn't be surprised if we get it to the other departments. You hear some of the same stories from some of the other departments talking about their challenges with personnel. But that within is the crux of the conversation, is the 3% for this year.
So Councilman Borton mentioned the transportation line item, something I've thought at length about in regard to possibly funding option number 2. But I want to say, and I've shared this with some other council members already, that although it might not be popular, I am in favor of taking the 3% or up to the 3% this year, because I think next year is going to be a more likely situation where we're going to need to see that relief for our residents than currently. That's my opinion. I welcome any of the council members to share a differing opinion. I'd like to hear their thoughts on that. But I would say that I am in favor of of taking the 3% this year. However, I do think that there are some other items in our budget. I'd like to see one of these options funded, for sure. But if we fund option number 2, that's going to pretty much take up that whole 3%. There's some other items in the budget I'd like to see added or modified as well, and so I am concerned about using the entirety of the 3% just to fund the step plan.
Mr. Mayor?
Could I just suggest the 3% real quick, or the transportation? As I mentioned last time, take it out, it was a placeholder, it was a conversation. You can't use that fund balance to fund ongoing expenses, in my opinion. So if you're trying to balance the budget on that one-time expense, I would encourage you not to do so.
I'm going to make a motion to move on, perhaps maybe there's more discussion. On the first topic of compensation, that we adjust the tentative draft budget, increasing that general fund merit from 500 to 1,000, excluding the police step plan and excluding the fire union because they are addressed in a separate discussion and negotiation. So that's the first part, and the second part is to utilize option 2, funding the step plan with, I believe, the 929 figure that was on the board before us. How that fits will ebb and flow as we continue the discussion into the general fund, what other adjustments, if any, are going to be made. It will also help frame what, if any, is necessary to Councilman Perot's question on do we need to generate additional revenues or not. I think we get to the magnitude of that discussion at the tail end when we see and proceed through, see what other adjustments might be made. So for the purpose of progressing, if a motion helps frame it, at least, again, we're preparing a tentative draft budget or a tentative budget for publication. It lets us proceed into the next steps. So that's my motion.
Second.
Did I hear a second?
Yeah, we're not following a formal process.
Oh,
So,
Makes sense to me.
heads down, thumbs up.
I'd like to see that. If the question is, would we like to see that and see if we can figure out how to make that work? I'd like to see that. I think if we can achieve that, that makes sense.
As a placeholder, I'm fine with moving that forward. Whether or not we end up there, I don't know. Yeah.
And I think kind of what we've done historically is, and I think it's probably what, someone's on the computer. Whoever's doing it, right, will populate the spreadsheet, sort of see how it literally looks, how it adjusts the tail end, what, if any, fund balance needs to be utilized. In various years, the budget has not necessarily been balanced because we've used fund balanced as needed on a year-by-year basis. Whether that's necessary in this year to make it happen, we don't know yet, but it lets us to then get into discussions on transportation costs or a recruiting officer or other areas that might frame what the final discussion needs to be.
Joe, I kind of asked the same question to Craig, we never kind of got back to it. How you got to the $1,000 number? What is the basis of moving it from 500 to 1,000? I think even Councilmember Strader had mentioned 750. I'm just trying to figure out what got you there. Why did you settle on 1,000 versus 500 or 750 or 2,000? Help me understand that.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's a more appropriate figure. Yeah, you're not going to get it as an output from a formula, but I think if we're going to accept the premise that the mayor has presented to do it in this fashion, and that there might be individuals who, through other increasing costs, will have little, if any, ability to stay whole, that 1,000 is a much more certain figure to ensure at the very least everyone stays whole, if that is the underlying goal. And it's nothing more scientific than that.
And Luke, you asked a question, what percentage of the employee base has a salary less than 50,000? Our estimates are 38% of your employee base has a salary less than 50,000.
Thank you.
Quick question for Todd. Since we're making a couple changes, so Councilman Borden is proposing a $1,000 employee one-time compensation. We are, I think, hopefully, some people, and most of us maybe, I don't know, are at least turning toward the idea that each compensation group, if you will be treated separately. So given that this would be general employees only, excluding the police and fire, what has changed for the dollar amount associated with that line item? If before it was a certain amount for 500, now we have this other specific pool being specifically addressed, do we know what that dollar amount is?
Oh, fair question, Liz. We're trying to do the math on the fly with you right now. So we believe 151 represents the general fund employees. That does not include the police step plan nor the fire department. Again, you or Joe presented an option number 2. So we have now put that on the screen at 929. The only employee group we need to address still then, it would be the fire department group. Again, whether or not you want to give them $1,000, again, Robert's or the mayor's proposal was $500 per all employees. So the fire department, we do need to establish a funding mechanism. We have to have something in there, be it $1,000 per employee, just like the general fund, or something else. We need to establish a fund, though, for the fire department if we are going to compensate them for fiscal '21.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you bringing that up. That's something that was missed. How it's done is done in a separate discussion through those negotiations, but the funding authority, so I would change to include them for the purpose of proceeding forward in part of this.
So you'd like to have the union also receive $1,000 merit
Yes.
as a value?
To establish the funding authority that allows that to occur. Not to mince words, but that's just done in a different proceeding. But to create the funding authority through this process, yes.
I'm with you. So
Yeah.
we can add them to the general fund. So Jenny, go ahead and remove the 77 from your formula. So that establishes them a funding amount to negotiate with, whether or not they want to do $1,000 apiece or 0.0, whatever percentage. That gives them a funding pool to now work with.
Yeah, and I think that'll help for discussion
sense,
purposes. Yeah.
So to clarify, that number is all general fund employees plus fire? Or
So you have 2 lines of merit up here on the screen now. The first line represents all general fund employees other than the step plan employees. So the step plan currently has 125 employees. So we're going to give $1,000 to every employee in the general fund other than the 125. The 125 will then be represented on the following line in the $929,000 to get them to the market discussion that you guys just concluded. So that is inclusive, that includes all general fund employees at this moment in time.
Okay, so for further clarification, that 929 is intended to bring those positions into market, but it does not help with the offset of increased benefits costs to those police employees. Is that correct?
That's correct. So these are wages only, benefits are handled in a different discussion.
But the intent of the 500 or 1,000 per employee in the general fund and enterprise fund was to help with the cost of benefit increases?
Based on what Robert discussed earlier, that his logic for the $500 was to help offset the cost, additional cost to the benefits for the family employee. $1,000 was promoted by TREG.
At the request of council.
Yep.
Just so we're clear.
Hey, I just ran a little math on the merit analysis spreadsheet that you created. And if all the employees except for police and fire were to receive 2%, that would get us about $390,000, just for comparison. General fund and enterprise without police and fire as a percentage, $390,000 comes out to about 2%.
To help, Jessica, to help you on that math, again, scroll down one more, Jenny. We show if you want to give 2% to all employees other than the police step plan and the fire union, we show 466,350 or 466,250.
Okay, I must have excluded one set.
That's right. Yeah.
Could you scroll up?
So, sorry, Todd, real quick. So if the new general fund employees is 151,000, I think I heard was the 1,000.
Jenny, if you can bring back the summary.
Just for comparison purposes, what was it at 500 for the entire employee population? I just want to compare where we were and where we are now on that line item.
Earlier, Liz, we had $500 at 525 employees.
Yes, exactly.
That was $262,000. 500 times 525 is 262,500.
Yep. And now we're at 151.
Oh, well, right now,
Sorry.
we're at 228 just for the general fund, but again,
No, I understand.
The 262 represented your entire city of Meridian.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, effectively, we've been able to, by treating each employee pool that's compensated separately, we've achieved some savings by doing that compared to the previous proposal.
No,
Oh,
right
no?
now,
Okay.
so the previous proposal that we had at $500 was the total city impact of 262.
Ah,
The general fund alone is at 228. We've not even addressed the enterprise fund nor the community development department yet.
no, I
So you're gonna
understand.
be
I'm
over-
talking about the one-time employee bonus alone.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just
Right.
trying to dial in on where we were at and where we're at now.
Well, can you do the other two for? Because you're over what you were before, just in that.
Exactly. Yeah, no, so that's important for us to realize. Okay.
Yeah,
So
you
can we do the math on
400.
essentially at that $1,000 per employee for general fund plus fire, where that actually puts us as a percentage of, I realize that we're not talking about increasing their salaries. I just am curious at what percentage in effect it gives them an increase for the year. Is it 4%, 3.5%? That's my question.
So what does $1,000 equate to on average an employee's salary?
No, if we were to to look at the merit analysis spreadsheet that you had up, and were to take out, we're just to look at general fund plus fire, which is what that 232
Correct.
number gets us at, where does that put us on our percentages?
I'm with
Or
you.
close,
Yep,
if we
so-
could get close to that.
So Jenny, we need to add back fire.
Yeah.
So add back your, no, you're good. Go back to step plan. Go back to your merit.
On the general fund and then start
Add,
for
go
enterprise
scroll up.
fund.
Add back in the fire formula. Or whatever value that was. Yep. So then now look at line 24, Jenny, and we want to try to find where 288 resides. 288,000 resides in the, you can see kind of in that 0.7, 0.8 bracket.
No, I think we would be taking out police, right, because they're not in your figure on the other chart. Okay. That's just general fund plus fire, correct? Yes.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
General fund now? Move on to general fund?
Uh,
Move on to general fund. Sorry. Keith, I apologize, Dean. Much love, buddy. So want to go to our next topic and see what that looks like in the general fund go by?
Well, we need to finalize compensation as the decisions that we make here impact the enterprise fund and the community development fund. So once we finalize compensation, then we'll start going back to the general fund and balancing that out. And we want to finalize compensation so we can apply it to the other two departments and funds as well. Again, right now, we have the proposal on the table of $1,000 per employee. Other than step plan's going to be treated differently. If you guys are comfortable with that, we can apply it and we can start working on the balancing act for the general fund if you guys as council are comfortable with that.
Yeah.
I see 3 nods, 4 nods. That's somewhat majority, so we will go with this then. Again, appreciate the good dialogue on compensation. We will adjust the enterprise fund and the community development departments accordingly. So with that, appreciate the compensation discussions. I believe we go to enterprise fund first, guys. So now we're going, go ahead, Luke.
Mayor, can we take maybe 10? Sorry, Dean. Sure,
Yeah.
we could take
If council feels they need to take 10, we can take 10.
Okay. Thanks. Hey, Brady.
I apologize. One more clarification before we move on. The motion that. Oh, I didn't hear that.
turning your microphones back on.
All right, council, we'll go ahead and come back out of recess and turn this over to Brad.
Great. Do we want to, I guess, next steps? Begin with enterprise fund, or am I think I'm good. Can you hear me? All right.
Enterprise fund?
Yes, move on to the enterprise fund. You want to look at the budget summaries in the very front of your books. You guys can follow along.
We will have the summary on the screen if you just want to use the screen as well. So either
Yep.
option
So either
for you.
way, in your book or on the screen there. I'll start with the base budget in the enterprise fund. Are there any questions about the base budget? Those are primarily, personnel, operating. Those are the things that we went over during our March, April budget meetings.
So to answer, Liz, you had a question about the balancing act, hold your hand, kind of tell you how we're going to do this. So this is the part where we're going to quote unquote balance the budget. We're going to do this by fund. So Brad's going to ask you about the base budget, the replacements, and then the requests. He's going to allow you guys to dialogue for each one of these sections within each fund. These are the moments where we need you guys to dialogue, because Brad's going to ask you at the end, no further questions. He's going to close the enterprise fund, in this case, base budget, say, okay, we are done base budget discussions, we're moving on, consider it closed. This is what we're proposing to the citizens. So this is your opportunity to start that dialogue on these topics, because once Brad kind of quote unquote closes it, we need to then move on to the next section, because we have to establish a final number to propose to the citizens for their consideration for the budget hearing. Hopefully that helps you understand the kind of the framework where we're going. So Brad will hold your hand on these discussions going forward.
Right. Thank you, Don. So with the base budget, were there any questions on that? Are we good? Good. JB? Good?
And Liz, you asked us to bring up any outstanding items that were loose ends, I think you called it. We have no loose ends from the prior budget workshop that we're familiar with on the base budget for the enterprise fund.
Correct.
Okay. So the only, oops, hello. So I don't know, one thing just to put a placeholder in, because I don't know where it should sit, but at what point, I think there was an open item on LED conversions. I don't know where we want to put that discussion, just because it sounded like that could come from new growth, revenue, sounded like it could come different places, so.
Right. Well, we can address that when we get to the general fund,
Okay.
because there's two pieces in that.
We'll plan to do that then.
Huh?
It's another government?
Yeah, it's another government, right, or streetlights. So we will address that, yes. So, okay, cool. We're good with base budget? Okay. So closing base budget. Next on replacements, if you're looking at the screen or in your books under the replacement section in the enterprise, I think that's not the beginning of your budget summary, but we're kind of working from the back forward. If you're looking under the enterprise fund. Any questions on any of the replacements that we're proposing?
No, sir.
Okay. Moving forward then, on to the next section for enterprise fund, that's the budget requests. That comprises of everything that we had Dell up here during our budget workshop. We had quite a lengthy discussion about each of the budget requests. Are there any outstanding questions you guys have on that? Any discussion to have? Now's the time for that, for any of those items.
No, sir.
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay, that would conclude enterprise fund then. The next step we're going to do is move over to the community development. So, that's right before the enterprise fund on your budget summary. And like before, beginning with the base budget, I don't believe we had any outstanding items that were pending from our perspective, but if you guys any questions that have come up as you looked at it, go ahead.
Hey, hello. I'm still not super convinced of the administrative assistant enhancement
Okay.
in the community development budget. I had mentioned that to Trey. I don't know where other people felt on it, how they felt. I thought, why not just ask for an assistant planner, to be honest, if that, or an assistant to do that, economic development role. I was a little struggling with also understanding if that made a ton of sense in light of what might be like a sort of seasonal amount of activity with COVID-related business concerns. And so my personal instinct was to hold off on that position and then maybe let them ask for a bigger position the next year if they didn't want to ask for it. I'll let Jessica discuss too.
I had a short conversation with Cameron yesterday. We didn't discuss delaying a year, but we did discuss the admin role and the needs that it would fill or fit, and they seem to be comfortable with it at this time. I'm in general in agreement with Councilwoman Strader regarding the desire to see a position that is more substantial and will fulfill more long-term needs for the department. But ultimately, I really just have to trust that the director is telling me that this will meet his need at this point. And he's just walked in the room. If you'd like to bring him up, I'm sure he'd be happy.
Welcome, Cameron. Just so we're clear, that's a budget request. I'm assuming there are no questions about the base budget, or, there's not a lot in replacements, but we don't have any questions there. We just move straight into the, great, okay.
One thing to point out, though, Liz, Councilwoman Strader, is that I don't know that we have a figure to estimate for what that would look like next year.
Okay. I apologize, Cameron, because you were not here. And I jumped the gun because we were trying to go through your base budget, but I'm a little still struggling with the administrative assistant enhancement. I haven't been convinced that, absent COVID-related and specific concerns, that the workload really justifies needing this administrative role this year as opposed to just waiting a year and maybe getting a higher level position. That's just me. I'm just one person, and I'm not, it's not, I trust you. I trust your judgment. I'm sure there is a need. I'm not clear on the urgency of that need, particularly in the context of, we're considering taking away other budget enhancements for other roles, for recruiting, for example, for the police department, et cetera. I am really struggling with this one specifically and the urgency for this year, particularly if there is a higher level type of work that might be needed next year. I don't know if you'll be successful in getting that at that time. So I don't know. That was just that was a clunky way, very clunky way of saying I have some concerns still about the admin assistant role.
I think what I heard you in the last meeting, what I'm hearing today is you want to make sure that we're funding the right position at the right time.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. Here's my take is, if this is what the department is saying they need, I'm not in economic development every day. I, like you, anytime I hear administrative assistant, I'm like, well, what, is that like the Swiss Army knife? We've got lots of different projects, let's just all compile them into one. Cameron, you heard the comments that we had last month. I haven't heard anything from you about making a change. I assume that you've taken all the feedback from council into account and you still feel this is the correct position for you. I think Councilmember Strader's right. And Councilmember Pro touched on this earlier. Next year's budget, I think, is going to be probably even more challenging. The opportunity to create yet another position next year, I think, will be more challenging for us to wrap our heads around. that all into account, you still feel this is the right position for your department moving forward, correct?
Is it green?
You had it. Is that working? Or just
There's another one over there.
push that button. Push my button. Just once. Just push it. There you go.
Can you hear me, Dean? Yes. Okay, great. Appreciate that question, Luke, because that is the heart and soul of this request is, yes, could we use more now? Absolutely. Do we want to grow this program? No question. We feel like this request is a reflection of our immediate need. It gets our current economic development administrator, Tori Cleary, out of the weeds a little more and enables her to do higher level work. And I think, given that this is our request, we're trying to be sensitive to the budget discussions. We're trying to be sensitive to the needs of our community, but also at the same time try to supply the service and the needs of our economic development division. So we absolutely wish it were more. We wish it were, I mean, I know a lot of departments and divisions wish there were more, but we're trying to be respectful to the process, to the needs of our community, and to ultimately trying to take a good positive step forward in economic development. So that's probably my clunky response to the question, but that is the reality. And so we're asking for the position for those reasons.
Can I take one more question, one more crack at it? Not that I'm trying to get rid of it, but just that I want to really feel good about it, that we really tested it out at the end of the day. With this position, are you maintaining a level of service for an increased customer base, or are you expanding our current level of service into new services for the city?
The hope and the goal would be to be able to expand. I think the immediate reality is this is more of trying to get to a level of service that we feel trying to take a step forward to a premier level of service. I don't think it's accurate to say that we're there in economic development. In order to have a robust attraction and retention program, that's not possible with the current circumstances as well as the current staff. So this is a step in that direction, and certainly will help.
Okay, all right, I got one more. So would that bring us to a level of service that you feel is commensurate with a city of our size for an economic development program? And what I'm trying to get to is, we're in a tight year where we're really being thoughtful. We're thinking about 0%. I mean, we're really trying to buckle down. So it's hard if I'm thinking we're enhancing our services to a new level, unless I think that the baseline of where we should be, we're just not where we should be for the services our city of our size should be offering at this time.
Yeah, great question. So the answer is, I mean, if you look comparatively speaking, again, if you strip out Boise, there are cities of smaller size that have more and are doing much more, I think it's safe to say. I think with that said, we do have an incredible asset in Tori. She's fantastic. She's doing incredible work at a high level with very limited resource. And when a demand comes in the door, it takes her away from that higher level work. And I think that she's best served, the community's best served by keeping her at that high level. And if you think of it in terms of ROI or just value, that can be incredibly powerful. So is this it's a step toward a premier service? I think for Meridian, this would be a logical step that way.
Cameron, Boise's roughly twice the population of Meridian. How many economic development staff do they have?
That's a good question. I think there's, well, it's a little bit of I don't know exactly. I know that they have at least a director of economic development. They also have, I think, a few additional staff in their economic development division. It's also important to note that they have a very large and influential urban renewal agency and Capital City Development Corporation that's many staff, 15 or so staff and director and so on, that we just don't have. So again, we don't necessarily compare ourselves to Boise, but that's a very robust program, and I think it's also important to mention that they have a full, CDBG division with multiple staff there. Again, as you guys know, Tori manages our CDBG program as well with one employee there. So again, it's a little bit of a apples and oranges, but they're a much more sophisticated, larger operation.
I don't want to speak for Councilwoman Strader, but if I understand her question correctly, I think part of what she's getting at is, there's some real feedback from my mind. Part of what she's getting at is, it's that I prefer not to be looking at hiring a third FTE 3 years down the road because we didn't hire correctly this time. And I would anticipate that we won't be in a position from a budget standpoint for at least 3 or 4 years to make an increase. So I would rather know that we spend an extra 20 or 30,000 this year to get a role that is going to be effective for the next several years than be looking at 3 years from now having another conversation about a third FTE, because the second one that we hire, or excuse me, this would be the fourth, because I think there's currently 2 in economic development. Or is that right? Tori, Crystal, just one. Okay.
Well, correct. Crystal is under the purview of Tori, so she manages the CDBG program as well, but that's targeted just to CDBG.
Okay. So I have concerns about if the intention is for this administrative position to turn into a higher level position. I understand that. I just think that that's that's just really unknown. I mean, that's just not, I don't want to make a budget decision based on that expectation. So I think that I would rather consider the increase this year and have a position that is really ready to go than having a conversation about hiring another FTE in 3 years or 4 years because that administrative role didn't fulfill what you need. Maybe it isn't immediate, maybe it does immediately fulfill it, but as fast as we're growing, as big as we're getting, I anticipate we'll need more staffing in that department sooner rather than later. So I'd rather look at a little longer term solution than a shorter term solution, even if that fulfills an immediate need. In that regard, have you put together an estimate of what that would look like for compensation for a role that would be more substantial? And do you have those numbers to share with us?
We do have the job description drafted, but we do not have, I don't think we've had it classed or attached a wage to it. So, but we do, that does exist. So unfortunately, I don't have the exact expense for that.
Okay.
What?
In that vein, I don't know that we can make a decision then about the financial piece of it. I think that leaves us in a situation of just deciding whether we include the administrative assistant position or not this year.
What I hear from the director, though, is the fact that we've got a superstar in the economic development director's position who, if with some adequate support by this position, we can unleash and let her focus on the bigger picture and the higher level items and the things that need to be done as opposed to the mundane. And I think that will, the productivity will greatly increase by adding this position. Is that an assessment? Am I hearing that correctly?
That's correct. Yep.
And this is a new council, new way of doing things, but traditionally we've waited until we had a demonstrated need. From that standpoint, we've often funded positions, starting them at half-time, moving them to full-time, And then as the job duties and responsibilities change and increase, you know, elevate that up if necessary. But it's, I can't be, you know, it's not in my budget. I put this in because the council's conversation last year. Half of you weren't here. Was it not for last year's council conversation, this position may not even be in the budget this year. But I can't be supportive of increasing beyond this current scope of this position at this time until there's, to the point, until you get a baseline about what you really have and what your needs are, going above and beyond seems not prudent in my opinion.
I would just add, there was a question I did just find this really quickly. The cities of Twin Falls, Caldwell, Nampa, and Mountain Home all have at least 2 staff members. So as small as Mountain Home has 2. If not.
Oh, okay. Well, I personally, I am not hearing a substantial demonstrated need for higher level of work associated with a full-time position that would be at a higher level. I personally am afraid that we're enhancing our level of service as opposed to providing a baseline level of service, and that COVID is distorting some of the activity. I'd rather be more conservative on this one and wait a year and have you come back and ask for something if it's needed at that time. But I also defer to the rest of council on that one. I mean, if the rest of council thinks that this admin role makes sense, I'll just tell you, I think if you came back a year from now and then asked for another full-time FTE, I would not likely be supportive at that time, so.
Cameron, this has kind of been a unique position in that I'm not hearing from council that there's opposition to expanding the economic development department to meet the needs of the community. It's just about what's the right piece of the puzzle. I'm kind of tracking with Councilmember Strader, but I also don't know if it makes sense to wait an entire year. What I think may, and again, try not to speak for the council, I'm hearing general support for meeting the needs of the department, but it's making sure that this is the right mousetrap versus maybe is there a mousetrap that will meet our needs better in the future. That could be a conversation that we could have at a later point in time. And potentially that could be in part of, you know, Tori coming and kind of laying out the vision for ED and kind of bringing council along with that, having an understanding about where she and where you want to take the department, what her roles are with overseeing CDBG, where that would go. And I think that would help us, I think, have greater comfort and confidence about this versus something else. And it may be, it comes back to this. But what I'm hearing from council is kind of weighing where we are now versus where we want it to go, and not maybe being in a position to fund it where we want to go in the future. Through no fault of your own to say, this is what our immediate need is right now. I think council members, we tend to also look at where we are now, where we're going in the future, and I think that's where some of the, maybe the breakdown of wrapping our head fully around the position might be. So I'm supportive of holding this request with the ask that within the next 12 months, you're back, you know, or you or Tori are back doing a presentation for council, overview of ED, potentially with a budget amendment for this position, or a version thereof for the economic development department. That's where I sit.
If I may, since I'm not exactly sure if I'm reading the room right, is there a preference to have them do a presentation prior to the end of August to decide if we're keeping the position at all, or how's council feeling about keeping it in and then excuse me, sorry, microphone's having issues, and then taking it with a budget amendment as Councilman Kavner suggests?
We've customarily just addressed it here, not, at least not had a formal presentation on a specific proposed position. There might be, you know, conversations amongst the council member and the director. If there's information that we don't yet have to determine whether it's appropriate to fund as presented, so we haven't had a separate council agenda topic on it necessarily. I mean, that's kind of what the last couple of weeks have been for, to try and gather that from you as to what this position is. So when I looked at it, I didn't have heartburn with it, understanding that that's part of that, that trust and the vetting that you and the mayor went through to include it, to exclude other things that you probably thought were important. But if you believe this is the position at this level that helps your department, ED, excel in the current environment, and that if in the fall or the spring or next year, additional horsepower is necessary to meet an additional need and an opportunity, you have, it sounds like from council, support to ask for the horsepower you need within the department. If that means this position is reclassified for additional duties, maybe that's how it's solved. Maybe it's solved by another person and you can try and convince us why that's necessary. But until we know what those specific circumstances are, it's probably hard for us to guess where you might need to go. But if you're saying in your discussions with what you know your ED needs and discussions with the mayor that this is what's necessary to accomplish the tasks ahead of you, understanding you got support to adjust and edit, at least for the discussion, I didn't have initial concern with the position.
And I think that's the key part, adjust and edit. Each year is an adjustment and an editing. You're going to have turnover within the department. Directors have the ability to look at their overall structure to make moves and move positions. So until you get the piece in and you start seeing how it impacts the overall workflow of the department and other changes. And again, I know the hang up is over the word administrative, is what I'm gathering. I mean, you want to change it to economic development assistant so it feels like it's not administrative, but it's still doing the same general duties. It's a wide breadth of work, and if they are able and capable to do more, they will. And if that's the case, the position will be reclassed accordingly and compensated appropriately for the level of work that needs to be done. So this is not a one-time, forever decision about the makeup and needs of the department or for economic development, and at least in my opinion. But you tend to have to walk before you can run, and that's where I still think that we are and have been as we've been bringing Tori on, is we need to give her the assistance to help where she shouldn't necessarily spend her time.
Any further questions or something you want to keep on? If we remove it now, we won't be able to add it later down the road. What would you like to do?
I propose that we keep it at this time. There's not any kind of formal motion required, though?
Nope. You good with that for now? Okay. Any other commentary, discussion on budget requests? This is the only one that community development had. We can move on to general fund.
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks, Cameron. So just beginning with the top here in the general fund, again, starting with the base budget, are there any questions, discussions, anything outlying with the base budget in the general fund? I'm not seeing any.
I do have
Go ahead.
a general question, actually, about both funds. So I noticed in several different departments, there's contracted janitorial work. And I wanted to understand the purpose of contracting that versus having city staff do that work. If I could get some understanding of that, that would be really helpful.
It's a good question. I believe that's something we've opted to outsource. Is it Matt?
Well, this guy can speak that the city has, since we've moved here, we've had contracted janitorial services for the cleaning of the facility. When we first moved here, we had one employee who was in charge of building maintenance. I don't believe if we can get Max here possibly to discuss any options of having internal staff do the cleaning as opposed to the building maintenance. Again, we've not discussed in bringing in-house janitorial services, to my knowledge. Again, I can ask Max if he's had any discussions on that, but we can come back to you on that. It's a fair question, but we've always outsourced when we built this building in '08 to have janitorial clean this building along with all of our satellite locations as well.
Yeah, I'd really like to hear the thinking behind why contracted service might be better than in-house, if it has something to do with resources, supplies, liability. That'd be great.
Fair question.
Okay.
All I can say is, I recall, and Councilman Hogan was here, there was an analysis that was done at the time on in-sourcing versus outsourcing. You know, I think I'm more cheap than I realized, but I felt like the two costs that were put side by side, the cost to do it in-house was lower or higher than what I thought it truly should have been. But at that point in time, outsourcing was a more cost-effective option than insourcing. But I think might be worthy of reanalysis. I guess if that's something council would like to do, I would encourage you not to do it right now. That's something we could look at for this next year. Or at least how long, I guess the real question is our contract. How long is our contract for? Is it a 3-year? Because we bid that out. So we at least have to, quite frankly, live under the contract until it's done. But we could do analysis before the next time it's up, if that would make sense.
Yeah, I was going to say that I remember that discussion, but I can't remember the details of the analysis. But we went there because of certain things. But it wouldn't hurt to, down the road, do another analysis just to check that out. But
So it's been over a decade.
Yeah, since 2000.
Well, I can speak on finance's behalf. We have not conducted a formal analysis of janitorial versus insourcing, outsourcing in over 10 years. Now, whether or not the police department or the wastewater treatment facility or the water department or the fire departments have done that, or Max, again, that's a fair question, and we can reach out to all the departments and see if there has been an analysis done.
Todd, just want to point out that the contract's up this year, so you don't want to lock yourself into something this year if you're looking at expanding, so just keep that in mind and get that information to Max, because the varsity contract's up, they've already put it out to bid, they've already rated, and it's time to award a new contract. So
I believe we've awarded the new contract.
then you might already be locked in for several years, so.
I believe we've awarded the contract.
So it's a moot point today.
Is there really any way to compare those numbers without having bids come in? I mean, would we have to go through the RFP process before we could really compare in-house to contracted in this year, it sounds like?
Well, we have a very timely bid, so we know what the current rates are for the outsource. Now we just have to conduct an in-source analysis. So the outsource is done. Now we just have to work with our fellow, I guess, agencies and see what they pay for an employee, how many employees, and that'll be part of the analysis. So it's actually timely that we have recent data from outsourcing companies.
Do we know how long the contract is for? Is it a 3-year contract?
We can research that for you.
How many years?
We're working on that.
If I'm the only council member who is interested in the information, I certainly don't want to ask for staff time. So I'd like to hear from other council members.
I think it's something we should look at, quite frankly, but it may not be something we can do anything about for several budget cycles.
Give me 1 sec while we're.
And to answer the question about the contract, it's a 5-year contract with, basically, it's an annualized contract with an expectation of 5 years with an annualized inflationary factor for every year that goes on, if that makes sense. So in theory, we wouldn't revisit it for another 5 years. But again, we have every right to reopen the bid if we need to due to the contract language that we put in. But we can still conduct the analysis. We can provide that to you if council at that time says, hey, we wish to somehow terminate this contract, I believe you have the rights. We'll research that, but we can start that research for you. Yep.
Good question. Any other questions about general fund base budget items? Cool. Let's move on to replacement items. That's the next section. Do we have any questions about any of the replacement items listed there? If you're looking at your budget summary. The streetlight LED replacement is one of the outstanding items that we have on the replacements, totaling $75,000. Councilman Strader, I know you had one discussion on that.
Thank you. I knew I would miss it if someone didn't point it out to me. Things just move so fast. So, I mean, look, right now at the current pace that we're funding it, around like a 21-year time frame. It felt like council had some good consensus that this is a good investment. A lot of the conversions of the older bulbs and the fixtures itself, right? It's not just a bulb. The whole conversion. A lot of these have a 15 to 20% IRR on investment. I think it's a very good investment for the city, and it is something that should have positive effects down the road. I think where I was going with it was, perhaps we increase the amount for LED conversions to something that aligns more with I was going to go with a 5-year conversion timeline, but I'm going to say 7-year conversion timeline. And I think that would give us a good year for them to try to do that and then come back to us. We can discuss if we're on track to do that conversion, if we want to accelerate that more into 5, or if we want to stick with that conversion rate. But it is a very good investment, in my opinion. And it sounded like, possibly, from discussing with finance, that additional revenue from growth could partially help or fully help fund that. I don't know how much of a difference that makes, to be honest. Just money's fungible and there's a bunch of competing priorities, but I do think this one's important.
I agree.
Not yet. I agree with Councilwoman Strader that it's something that we could enhance this year to some degree, and the kind of longer-term plan of what we might choose to do year over year to accelerate this conversion. We've got this next year to have that done and a recommendation brought before us to say, for fiscal year 2022, maybe this is the program we want to implement that is an accelerated conversion. But for the purpose of enhancing it today, it might be relatively arbitrary if we double it, for example, to try and do twice as many. That might capture the intent to do it a little quicker. Understanding that there's also the request to bring back some structure to a longer-term plan of how this could be done quicker, if that's the will of council.
I might ask Dale if he doesn't mind joining us for a second. I get a little out of my element when I'm trying to pick an achievable number. Sorry to put you on the spot, Dale, but I'm sure you thought this was coming. There's no way you didn't see it coming. So I mean,
We've had a little discussion about it here lately, but yeah, there's maybe just some matter of scope on the two areas. I think the program's been in place for now, I think, over 10 years in terms of street light, adding lights to underserved or poorly illuminated areas, and the introduction of the conversion technology, which has come in the last 3 years or so as that technology has become affordable. So the city has kind of initiated a balanced approach basis of trying to take general fund money and apply some towards the underserved areas and some towards the conversion of the LED from sodium, the high pressure sodium to LED fixtures. So Brad was asking me just a moment ago here, and I gave the mayor this some information that Warren and Al Christie put together. But in our perimeter, in our city limits, in both the perimeter and on the peripheral, we have over 5,000 streetlights that could be installed if they were to meet city lighting standards. About 2,000 of those lights are likely going to come from those developers as those properties develop. So if you take that off, it leaves you roughly a little over 3,000 lights that could be there. And ACHD, when they go in and do road projects, and you're seeing there's a number of them, and we're getting, there's a pretty healthy portfolio of those in our plan now and into the future. They're contributing and taking care of some of those areas as well. And Al suggested that we're getting about 100 streetlights a year coming from ACHD when they do a road widening project or improvement project. So if you take that over 10 years, you take that 1,000 off, we could go tackle something over 2,000 lights to shore up underserved areas. And those lights are somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000 a piece installed. So you're looking at a total cost of in excess of $10 million in order to do that. So we use the city fund pool of $50,000. That gets you roughly 8 to 10 lights a year targeted in an area. We've used the CBG, probably got the initials wrong, CDBG grant program, which is targeting some of the specific areas in the city. We've been successful in utilizing that, but we've got a pretty tall task ahead of us to ultimately bring the city up to the streetlight standards.
Council, that was one of my biggest concerns. We all support conversion. We see the ROI, it's there. But we have a $10 million backlog of areas that don't have lights to begin with. And, I guess I would ask if there's a pathway that was right there in front of someone's house and there's a pathway not in front of someone's house, are you going to go tear up the pathway that's already there and put down a new one? Or do you want to go put a pathway where one doesn't exist? That is essentially the same question here. If you want to accelerate your investment in LED streetlights, you can do it in underserved areas as compared to doing accelerating replacement of existing lights. It's all about, is it there for those who have it, or do you want to give it to those who don't even have it yet? That to me is a bigger fundamental question. We all support conversion. No question here. Could all do $1 million of it, next year if we had the staffing. But is that the right place to invest? Is in conversions versus those that don't have it at all?
I guess maybe just a comment. I mean, I'm sort of looking at this like we have a lot of priorities. We're thinking about earmarking, for example, a huge amount of money toward transportation for unspecified projects. And I view this as a way for us to get more efficient, leaner and meaner. I mean, each one of these investments literally does pay for itself. I personally think we have the funds to do it, and I don't think it's a zero-sum game between streetlight replacements and new streetlights, personally. I'm supportive of, at least doubling, if not tripling it for next year, with the understanding that Dale could come back and propose something programmatic in a time frame. But I don't want to propose it will triple the LED upgrades if Dale's going to tell me we just can't get it done. So why don't you comment on that? Is that achievable?
We've had conversation about that. Installing a new streetlight is more intensive. Design and permitting and all the other kinds of things that have to happen. So our ability to manage those is more intensive than an LED conversion. But having said that, in talking to Warren and Al, they feel comfortable that we could manage $250,000 a year in the conversion bucket, if you will. if that was the desire, and there's no magic around that number, but it just feels like that's what we could add to our plate and manage today. Just so you have some updated information, Al got an updated bid on LED conversion, and the estimate is actually about $350 net per light, where we've been talking closer to $400 earlier. So we're continuing to see, the potential for efficiency, decline in the cost of the equipment, and the installation cost itself. So we're looking, if you want to tackle the whole pot that we talked about, we're closer to 1.7 to 1.75 than we are 2 million that we've talked earlier.
So I apologize, I know you went over some of these numbers in the last budget workshop, but how many LED conversions are yet to be done on existing installed lights?
Yeah, and I've got that here.
And while he's looking that up, I want to ask Brad, the LED, the conversion is under replacements.
Correct.
And then the next page in the book, it gets to budget requests, and at the bottom of that, there's streetlight supplemental projects. Is that actual installation of streetlights, or is that something else?
Yeah, so I'm going to take, so the budget request is what Robert was alluding to. It's like, let's fill the blank area, so that's what that is.
Okay.
The replacement is kind of where Liz is going, let's do the conversion.
Okay.
Right, so we have 75,000 for the conversion right now, and 45 for new lights, okay.
Exactly right.
Good question.
So the city, just to kind of lay some additional facts out there, the city has approximately 8,000 lights in our program. 1,400 of those are not city responsibility other than possibly a power bill. That leaves about 6,600 lights, and about 1,700 of them are already converted. So about 26% of those are converted. So that 4,900 that remain at approximately $350 per conversion would be the total amount of funding in today's dollars that would be required to convert the balance of the high-pressure sodium lights that the city's responsible for.
I'm sorry to ask this again. How much did you say the cost is approximately for the new lights? And how much does this $45,000 budget, how many lights does that install for us this year?
So on the $45,000, you're talking about new lights.
Right.
And those lights are somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000
Each. Okay.
So you're looking at, I think we throw out 8 to 10 lights for that budget.
And you said, Dale, 46% of our lights currently in our system have been converted out of the 6,600 approximately?
26.
26, okay.
26.
I thought, wow, 46, that's great. But it didn't seem right.
And that's over the last 10 years?
All new lights have been spec'd to be LED
Okay.
for the last few years, in addition to the lights that we've converted. So
Okay.
it's a mixture of, all lights going forward are LED and have been for a few years.
I mean, that's one thing, I am interested in doing the conversion. It is important. We will be saving money long-term. But where we have gaps in the system, I think that's from a safety standpoint and having lighting, to me, seems to be a higher priority. And I'm just wondering if Congress does this from time to time. They have grant programs, or they have energy efficiency programs that they pass, or Department of Energy puts those things out there. If we utilize those types of monies for conversion, because that truly meets the need and reduces costs, saves energy, those types of things, and we put more of our dollars into putting in street lights, which are already converted, and doing it that way. I mean, that's just one option. we could still put city dollars into some conversion, but to me, I think we'd want to flip the ratio a little bit to encourage installation in areas that we don't have them, while still trying to move conversion forward.
How is the installation prioritized? How do you decide which lights will be installed? So is it
For new lights?
Is it a safety factor? Yeah.
Yes, it is. And it's kind of the three-legged stool. They look at pedestrian and routes to school as one of those factors. They look at traffic safety, and they also look at crime. And so those three combine to create a prioritization list, and we've got a list that extends a long ways out.
Yeah, I guess what I just keep coming back to, I don't think it's an all or nothing decision. I also think, I know that whenever grant money and other money is available, we'll take advantage of it. We definitely don't have anything on the table that I'm aware of in terms of another funding source to do it. My instinct is that, at least for the light bulbs, that replacing them pays for itself within 5 years. Just feels like a no-brainer. I mean, I don't know if you can help us understand, but if we were to take the $75,000 and turn that into $250,000, can we put some financial metrics behind how much we would save in, 10 years, for example, by doing that now as opposed to waiting?
We have that financial analysis, and with the price point at $350 per installation, and that nets out a Idaho Power incentive that's included in that. When you take the high wattage LED or high pressure sodium that's out there, that ROI now falls between 3 and 3.5 years.
Wow.
And on the 100 watt, they're out between 5 and 6 years.
Yeah, and so, sorry to just keep jumping around, but I think if we're prioritizing the high-pressure sodium ones, that type of a repayment timeframe, 3 years, that you can see then, if you did that with that money, that's even a better investment than the last time that Dale and I discussed. I personally would be supportive of increasing the replacements piece to 250, leaving the streetlight installations, and then having a discussion about if that can come partially from new construction, what that looks like, and if there are other competing priorities that we want to take a look at removing or adjusting, we could have that discussion.
About 725 of those high-pressure sodium lights are the high wattage ones. And unfortunately, you can't go in and do a street because they may have a mix or a combination, but there are areas that we would tend to focus on, and we do today, to try to get those highest wattage lights converted first. But when you consider the general effort, you want to go in and do a stretch of an area, regardless of what LED or what high pressure sodium may be there, but there are stretches that we can, where the bulk of them are the higher wattage lights.
I think one thing that might help council, I don't know if finance can do this or if we have it available maybe to follow up, but just to say, okay, for each light bulb that you make this investment, here is the, so it's going to pay for itself within 3 years. So therefore, 10 years after that, here's how much we will have saved as a city. If we can do that based on energy usage, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
Got it.
Okay.
So put me on the spot here on this one question. So 20 years, a converted 250 watt light in 20 years will save $1,178. And that drops to $520 in 20 years for the 100 watt conversion. So that's how you calculate out that you're getting, so it's giving you that payback of a little over 3 years on the 250 watt and longer on the 100 watt.
And so, Sorry, and so what's the internal rate of return on the investment for a $350 conversion per light bulb in 10 years?
I don't know if I've got that IRR calculation.
Or just a similar construct? I think if people want to see that, to me, it's kind of an intuitive thing, but it may not be for everyone. I don't know.
I think,
Well, Dale, if you said that it was a 5-year return on $350, that's $70 a year. So if it takes 5 years to get to 350, you know you're generating a $70 savings every year. Is that right? 7 times 5 is 35. So in theory, just like our $300, you spend $350. It takes 3 years to get that money back. You're basically doing $100 a year. That's your ROI mathematical. So every year after that's $100 in your pocket. Using his math, it'd be about $70 in your pocket. Every year after that 5th year is now cash in hand. If I'm doing the math correctly.
Todd, that is perfect.
Yeah.
Hopefully that kind of crystallizes the investment for people in terms of thinking about it.
And what is
go
the
ahead.
life expectancy of the LED?
20 years. And they don't necessarily burn out at 20 years. They decline in illumination output. And they consider, the rule of thumb used to be when they reach about 70% of their original illumination, it's when you'd replace them.
I think it makes sense to do some, and maybe it's a more modest enhancement, not only of this, understanding that this fall, some of these specifics can be ironed out with some more clear rate of return and a decision made prior to next year's budget of how and if this wants to be enhanced year over year. And to Brad's comment, which the mayor's talked about, there's not a rate of return necessarily, but there's an equal desire to try and get the lights installed in areas where they don't yet exist, which Dale referenced. We've had sort of this balanced commitment year over year to do both. So if this line item is going to increase, I'm supportive of some increase, knowing that there's going to be analysis done this fall of here's what we suggest from a manpower to get it done. What should be a
Just to
new.
save time, he's already done it. I mean, they can do about $250,000 a year. That's what they can manage. So I think that's the number that I've been told by the department. They're looking at 8 years maximum in order to do a complete conversion at that, based upon the staffing level that they currently have.
So the city does not do any installation. We do the project management over the streetlight program, and we subcontract the installations of new lights and the conversion and maintenance of existing lights.
So Dale, the 75,000 then that's currently in there for fixture upgrades, LED, you know, if you just divide that by the 350, you're at 214 lights, but is that a true figure, or with fund, project management plus the expense, are we?
I think that's an accurate representation. It's working with averages.
Okay.
Can you help me understand how you came to that number in relationship to what's been requested in the past? And just give me some context for that 75,000. Is it based on actual need, like, you know, there's specifically 214 lights that need converted currently, or is that just, let me understand how you got to that number?
Well, I think as the program has built, it was what council felt they could allocate to that effort. So,
I could chime in too. I mean, that number in the CFP was cut because we had another project that we had to take out of it. I can't remember now if it was Costco, Winco, which of these projects. It was one of these similar projects that we actually had to use money from that already because we weren't getting reimbursed by ITD's STAR program. I could be going far afield, so someone bring me in, but So actually, like the ongoing number that previous council funded was 100,000, just to be clear. So I think the 75 is already cut from where it was. I personally think if 250 is an 8-year conversion timeline and we're looking at a 21-year conversion timeline, that'd be a huge step in the right direction. And then we could take a look at it. 200 to me would be double what the previous council had done. That would also make sense. But there's no point going around and around, so I don't know if everybody, if we want to cut to the chase, if people will support that or what they think about it.
Just curious, though, to correspond, if we increase this, where does our decrease come from, I guess?
Well, and so I kind of look to the finance department to some extent. I mean, this could come from some of the new growth money, from my understanding. I'd like to keep the streetlight installations the same. I personally think it looked like we had a little bit of room in there, and I'd like to put it in and then have a discussion about our priorities if we have to cut something else. But
I think that's what happens is, if, for example, we say, okay, put in 200,000, let's go to the next item.
yeah,
Right? I mean, it's on our list, let's go to the next item, let's discuss, and we'll see what gap, if any, we've got to adjust, and
Right.
so
At
that.
this point, everything you're doing is fund balance. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just where,
but I don't think we're ready to make a discussion about specific trade-offs. I think it makes sense to go about this the way Joe's suggesting.
Included here.
I'd like to
and-
include it. If we have a huge shortfall, we're going to have to cut somewhere. We'll figure it out.
That works for me. I was just curious if you had an idea already, knowing your financial background, you look deep, so sometimes.
No, I don't have a magic bullet on it. We're going to have to cut somewhere else probably, but.
Councilwoman Strader, when you say additional revenue from growth for funding, is that, all right, what are you referencing specifically?
I can help you with that.
Throw me a lifeline, Brad.
Yeah, if you're looking at your budget summary, right after the replacements section, and hold on, let me just, it's at the top of, I think, page 4.
2.3 million?
Yeah, we're sitting at 2.3 million now. That plus revenue available for replacements, the combination of the two is what is used to fund budget requests. So, or it would be, or you would use fund balance to pay for it, either way. If we're using up all of this 2.3 million down below in budget requests, then fund balance would be used to pay for it. Or if we're not using it, then we could use, the growth money to do it. You follow? Did you hear me?
Not the last part.
So if you use the entire $2.3 million in budget requests, you can either cut some budget requests or use fund balance to pay for it, because the growth would have been used to pay for these budget requests. Or if we're not using the entirety, which if you scroll down, maybe I'm not looking at that right, but if you aren't using the entire amount, then there would be money to use for growth. That growth would pay for it. Are you following me?
I think so. What I wanted to get clarification on is when Councilwoman Strader mentioned additional revenue from growth, I assumed it was something outside of the general fund. Okay.
Nope. So we have money that we allocated last year we got last year. Any money above and beyond that, you can see on page 4, that's listed as growth. Todd, you can keep me honest on this, but that's kind of what we're talking about. And those funds, in addition to anything that's left over after we pay for replacements, is used to fund budget requests. And if there's anything left over after we fund budget requests, that money is then put into fund balance. Or right now we're using fund balance to pay for things. So this, which means any money that we add to this without cutting any type of budget request means that we're going to need to, we're paying out of fund balance dollars.
Or we need to cut something.
Or we need to, cut something, right? And that's that balancing act.
So do we want to add a number and just see where the chips lie at the end of the day? And if we need to lower it, we can lower it. And if it's great, we can leave it.
I think we're there.
It's in there as we scroll through the next
Was the amount 250? Is that what we were? Okay, we got it then.
As we roll through the next discussion topics, we'll see
Okay.
how this changes. Things may come in and out.
Okay, good. So that's in there. So, no other replacement discussion, questions?
Brad, I do. I've got one.
Sure, go ahead. Or Councilman.
For
Okay.
fire, replacement vehicle, the Ford F-350. I know that we use a matrix to determine vehicles that should be replaced. This had a total score of 10. A score of 9.5 means that it should be considered. This particular vehicle can be driven in good condition for at least 18 months. I think it's got 15,000 miles worth of tread. As I understand, this was on a CFP for replacement in 2020. They extended an additional year. I'm not opposed to replacing it. I just think that it makes sense that this could be replaced, that we could get another year out of this. Oh, there's Chief. Chief,
Yes, sir.
and for council benefit, I met with Chief and the department yesterday. We talked through a couple of different items. Mark, Bill, if there's anything else that you want to touch on that I missed?
Hey, great, thanks, Luke. We're good, Dean, right? So this is our primary Battalion 31 vehicle. So this is a vehicle that's on the road every single day, 365. There are portions of that vehicle's time throughout the year that it is responding code 3, which from a public safety standpoint, a little bit harder on the gas, a little bit harder on the brakes. So this vehicle is starting to show wear. We did delay it last year. As Luke mentioned, it was scheduled to be replaced last year. We did delay that based on the evaluation from the mechanic. There is some concern that we're starting to see more wear and tear on this vehicle, and because it's driven every day and driven hard at times, that's why it's still in the CFP and in the budget request for this year.
So for council's benefit, again, you see on the sheet, it's less than $200 worth of targeted repairs. I take our emergency response vehicles really seriously when it comes to replacement, but I don't see any compelling information that says this vehicle needs to be replaced this year. Again, if it had a 9.5 instead of 10, it would automatically be listed as just considered. Because it's exceeded the 9.5 by 0.5, it's on the list of replacement. I voiced some of my frustrations with the matrix and how we used to determine vehicle replacements in the past. I'll save our new council from that again. I just think it's one of those things that, especially in light of our conversations about things that we need to maybe hold back on our budget, this is one that rises up to me.
Any other discussion on that?
That seems to make sense to me. I feel like we have a matrix for a reason. So if it hasn't hit that level, you could always count if we're I don't know. I don't want to get into the matrix too bad because it sounds like you should stay there and I don't want to go there. But if 6 months into the year we are like, okay, let's rerun the matrix because we're definitely at a 10 now, I think that could happen, right? Hopefully.
Yeah, Council, this is a pretty long-standing conversation as far as the matrix and all that, and I know Chief Levy has some similar issues at times. The matrix is meant for staff vehicles. It's not designed and it's not revolving around public safety response vehicles that get driven a lot harder, go off-road, those sorts of things. The other challenge is, as Luke and I talked about, and it's just it's perspective. As we look at our long-term replacements, we look year over year over year, there's some big replacements coming. And so the more you delay this replacement, you're going to stack it on top of a couple other pretty big requests that are critical. So it's a matter of how do you spread that out? How do you manage it? That's why it got bumped from last year to this year, continuing to bump it down the road, just like any other replacement we talk about, whether it's a backhoe or a police car or a fire apparatus. It's all the same. You're bumping that down to then stack on top of another pretty big critical replacement of $500,000 or more. So it's a matter of how do you space it, how do you plan for it. That's why working with the finance department, we moved it from last year to this year to keep the budget balanced. Again, will we survive? If we roll it for another year, we'll survive. And if it breaks down too much, we'll come to you with a budget amendment. But it is that stacking effect that our folks that work for the city that have to manage this then have to balance how do I move stuff around. So Again, I understand the perspective, looking at a good conversation about that. For us, it's a matter of how do you maintain a plan if you're continually stacking and moving.
That peanut butter only gets pretty thick eventually.
Exactly.
And the fact that, that one of the concerns is it is emergency response vehicle, not a staff vehicle where they're just going to and from work or going to fire stations, going to meetings, doing those normal things, and maybe occasionally going out to an issue, but where that's used in those types of situations, it's got to be dependable and you've already pushed it out once, so that's where I go, yeah, this is 2 years, just makes it a little more interesting.
Council, just for your benefit, I think if the report that came from Nesmith showed that there were things that the department was concerned about, if the mileage was higher, I probably wouldn't be having this. Again, I take a hard look at vehicle replacements every year. I think this is the only one that I thought didn't meet the criteria of replacement. Again, if council wants to keep it, there's no heartburn on mine. We've had a lot of conversations this morning about adding to our budget, and we have not had any conversations about reducing our budget yet. And so this, to me, was one of those things, if we're can have a serious conversation about cost reductions, this is one that makes sense. Recognize, a year from now, we're gonna be having the same conversation again. And I won't point out that the chief volunteered maybe to give up his vehicle replacement for next year.
Yeah, and I know, I heard
In the
Chief
most
Levy
passive
make a
aggressive
similar
way.
comment that the priority for me and my department is to make sure that our firefighters that are working every single day have what they need. And if that means sacrificing a staff vehicle or something else, then that's what it means. We do have if you want to hear more, we have our logistics chief in the room as well as one of the current battalion chiefs. And the reality is they drive those vehicles every day, not me. So I know when we met with Luke, there is some concern about transmission doing a little shaking and whatnot, even though it wasn't identified in the report. So if you want to hear from the horse's mouth of the person that drives that vehicle every day, we can certainly have them come up.
Maybe a different question, but I did not dive nearly as deeply into the vehicle replacements as I think Councilman Cavanagh has. Are there staff vehicle replacements that are similarly on the edge or that are in this budget that we should take a look at as we're prioritizing these? So maybe a prioritization of the vehicle replacements. I'm saying if there are staff vehicles that are being replaced, maybe we should have that conversation in the context as well. But I did not go deeply into the vehicle replacements like you did, but anyway.
I think what Councilman Cavanagh was discussing, I know two others are in parks, but, one is a 2000 Chevy Silverado. It's 20 years old. I don't have the details in front of me. The other one's a 1997, looks like F-150. That is also really old. I think those were passed on from other departments as well. I could be wrong, but I think those are the only other two vehicles outside of PD. I know there's some CID vehicles, and there are some cruisers that PD are looking to replace as well. I don't know if there's any discussion about that, but that kind of encapsulates everything.
I think Councilwoman Strader, to that point, and I don't want to speak on behalf of all the directors, but we vet this pretty hard before you get your budget book. We know this can be a sensitive topic. I think every department looked and said, can we pull this? Yes, I know we did. We pulled a pub ed vehicle that we just said not yet, not now. And I think every department does this because it is a big ticket item. So I think we do a lot of vetting before we submit it to you for consideration, for sure.
Agreed.
No doubt that we do. Just seems like we're talking about holding off on one vehicle replacement. Maybe it's good to have the context of what the others are. Those sound really old to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of this, to Councilman Kavanaugh's credit, the questions that you ask are part of how we've got this objective scoring matrix in the first place, because we didn't have it not too long ago. And it felt maybe a little more subjective. So these good questions led to this scoring matrix, led to these reviews, which then create this dividing line of when a vehicle is objectively eligible for replacement or not. to try and help us not get in the mush. Even with good intentions, it's tough to articulate without the criteria, so I thought the criteria made good sense.
So just to double check then, did this meet the criteria or did it not meet the criteria?
This has a score of 10.
Okay,
If it achieved a score of 9.5, it should be considered. A score of 13.3 means it needs immediate review and attention, and that replacement is highly recommended. And again, some of the criteria that goes into developing the score is the condition. So this is the vehicle is listed as in good condition. Its use, so public safety gets rated higher than, say, a parks vehicle, and the mileage, and then the years of service. So at 9.5, it should be considered. At 5.7, it's considered in good working order and should not be replaced. So this is, I said, rated 10, with, I think, only a couple $100 in identified repair work, tires still in good condition, vehicle viewed to be in good working condition. And to me, one of the things that I always look at is, can the vehicle be, I'll just read it, is the vehicle safe to drive for the next 18 months or 10,000 miles, as if no additional maintenance or repairs performed, and it's listed as yes. So to me, those are some of the things that I think go a little bit deeper than just the number that's associated with it. And I agree with, I think Councilmember Boyd hit the nail on the head. Years ago, we would spend half a day talking about vehicle replacement. This is leveling us up. As our CFO will know, I think there's some more polishing on this that we could achieve, but that's more subjective. And I just felt that, again, this one, while definitely is going to need to be replaced sooner rather than later, it didn't meet the need for immediate replacement.
so there is some, if a 10 for a fire vehicle versus a 10 for a parks vehicle, there would still be some decision, okay, that 10 ranks higher than that 10 if we had to make
I
cuts.
think right to that point, a 10 with a parks vehicle is likely going to have higher years of service, higher mileage, and in probably worse condition, right? Because a public safety vehicle scores higher automatically because of its emergency need than a vehicle for ComDev or the mayor's office.
Right, for a reason, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. If this vehicle was used in the Parks Department, it likely would have fallen under that 10 threshold. It likely would have fallen at an 8. But because it's an emergency response vehicle, it scores
Enhanced
as
points.
it should, as it should.
Yeah, so 10 sits on the fence.
Yep.
Okay.
So every now and then you catch a 10. When you catch what 10, you get to make that decision and decide to include or exclude for the year. Understanding if it's excluded and an issue arises, we'll deal with it. Repair expense, that's some of the gamble. But
So then it's a matter of, okay, if we push it to next year, then back to the chief's point, how does that impact other replacement items that will be coming forward from the fire department?
Correct.
And
scores higher next
score
year.
higher, yeah.
It does score, it would score higher because it would have another year of service, additional miles.
I think it might make sense to hold off. And I don't think it's daunting to have multiple replacements. I'm sure we can manage through that as we're doing our planning, I would hope. We'll be mindful of that in our planning.
So in or out is the question for this. It's in. Is there any consensus that for now this one should be removed?
I think if we are putting up a list of kind of additions for consideration, this makes sense that we would put this on the list for consideration for removal, with recognizing final decisions will be yet to be made later on this afternoon. Unless, again, if more of you feel like, no, we think this justifies it, meets the matrix, and we want to leave it in regardless, then let's just do that and let's move along.
Sure.
I wouldn't mind if we have someone who drives a vehicle, chief, of hearing from them, just to get their perspective, just to make sure we have firsthand understanding of the vehicle.
We do, and I notice he's not looking at me yet, but we do have a battalion chief in the room that might be able to address driving the vehicle every day. Either way.
Welcome.
We get to put you on the spot. I'm sure you came really wanting to speak today, yeah.
So basically, you guys have already put this thing up pretty good as far as matrix and everything goes. So, is that working now?
Yes.
Okay. So the realistic portion of this that you need to look at, besides the fact is, are we kicking the can down the road later? But we are on that cusp of things, and this thing has to be reliable. Some of the things that we will find that you're not seeing in that report right there, things that the guys that are driving on a daily basis are telling me. I've had a lot of reports about it having shifting problems. The mechanics can't find anything. You're not going to be able to open up these things and without getting a large bill saying, hey, pull the transmission out so I can take a look at it and see what's wrong with it. What we don't want is this thing to be breaking down when they go on a call. That's what it really boils down to. The other thing is Councilman Cavanagh and I talked a little bit yesterday because, you know, he's used to, let's drive these things into the dirt, and I think in his words we can't get blood out of a turnip, which my grandmother used to use that on a regular basis also with me too. The thing is at some point in time, where are we going to get a return on our investment a little bit too? This vehicle is at that point where it's, like you said, it's on the fence. If we were to sell it today, it's still worth more money at auction than it is going to be in 2 or 3 years. So you can take that to offset some of the costs of the new vehicle, right? So those are some of the things you kind of got to consider about it also.
So I guess, you know, one of the things is if it's your vehicle and there may be some issues, what would you do if it's your personal vehicle, that decision point? So might be different answers for different people.
Don't ask me
You know?
that question.
I think that in this particular case, I think maybe taking it out and see what, and moving on probably would be the prudent option at this point. So let's take it out, see what the budget looks like, and go from there.
Okay.
So I have a quick Councilmember newbie question. Is there no, we already calculated in potential income received from selling the vehicle. How does that work?
Todd, you want to take this? You got this?
I'll go. So the city of Meridian, when we sell our vehicles, we do not put the revenue source into the revenue stream due to the unknown nature of the vehicles. We get $500 for some cars, we get $3,000 for some cars. So it's a very rough estimate. So we do not add that as a revenue source. So in theory, it becomes extra revenue when we do come across that. So right now, the $80,000 that you see there is the cost with no revenue offset based on that nature of the unknown.
With the agreement that the chief gets a Prius, not a big truck.
I'm game. I'll drive anything.
Okay, buddy.
Don't knock the Prius.
I might not get the Prius. I do think it's important to recognize when you look at the CFP in the next year, there are 2 additional vehicles similar to what we're talking about here, and there's an additional fire truck, about 780. So this does stack to that. Just want to give you that information. Okay. So put that on the list as taking it out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We've highlighted, okay. Moving on then. Any other replacement discussion? We're good? Okay, let's start off with budget requests. So if you move down in that budget summary, you can see, they are listed out. We have gone through them, on the 17th. So we have some color as far as, what's involved there. You can also see them up on the screen.
Brad, just to get it going, can you remove the transportation, yeah.
Oh, the transportation projects?
Transportation projects, the community grant participatory budgeting, and the
Commuter ride?
commuter ride.
And commuter ride? The commuter ride, there was more involved in the benefits than just the commuter ride, wasn't it?
It was, but there was a separate.
Just the commuter ride for
specific
20 grand.
For
okay.
that purpose. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, got that in there? Good.
Sorry.
Okay, with that, any questions about any of the remaining budget requests?
Just an update for council. Again, I met with fire yesterday, and we talked about the heart saver alarm tones at all 5 stations. The cost on that budget request seemed to suspect that it was too low for me. It seemed too affordable. And so fire agreed that they're going to go out for bid and just see what a bid is on that at the station. We'll bring that back before we finalize. If the cost meets where we're at, I think we should be okay. But if it's higher than what we initially anticipated, we can remove that at a later point in time.
Yeah, Council, I can answer that. We had a great meeting with Luke on this one as well. The heart saver tones, just so you know, that's the ramp-up tones in the stations. What we have in our other 5 stations right now, not Station 6, is just comes on full volume. There's no way to kind of ramp it up. And studies have shown on the cardiac muscle, when you wake up from a dead sleep or you're not expecting, imagine you almost get in a wreck and you feel that adrenaline. That's the studies that they've shown medically that can have an influence on your heart. And so we want to better our employees' safety in the firehouse. So this was a verbal quote that we got on what it would take to do that at our other 5 stations. I think I mentioned to you when we finish Station 6, we would be looking at our other existing stations to see what we need to implement. So that was a verbal quote. I questioned this a little bit as well. That was the quote that we got verbally. So we're going to go out, as Luke said, and get some formal bids on this just to make sure we're with the right amount on that request. Yep.
Thanks, Chief.
Cool. So just looking at this top part in the admin section, is there any parts of discussion? Jenny, can you scroll up slightly?
Sorry.
Or in the, oh yeah, in the admin section, if there's anything there, or fire. Councilman Strader?
Are we kind of hopping around different departments for the budget requests? I don't want to call them enhancements, requests.
If you want to look at the the admin section, so if you look up at the screen there, you can see from clerks down to streetlights. I mean, we can say them one by one. Mayor's pulled some of them.
Yep.
Are there any? I think there's half a dozen of them there. Any questions about any of those? Starting with movable furniture.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go through them one by one.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Just, you know, if you have something pops out, or if you have a question about any of those, now's the time.
Okay.
Sorry, for clarification, I saw that you had removed the 2 line items for community project funding and transportation projects. If I understand correctly, the community project funding was funds that were being used for MIAC and other similar programs. Can you share with us the thinking behind removing that?
Well, it was a participatory budgeting process that we talked about moving to a community grant type program. But in light of where the budget currently is, I don't feel comfortable leaving those 2 items in. They're small, but until council provides an offset for what you've done, I'm removing stuff that I don't think should be a priority in this budget.
I don't see anything until in the parks area.
Any other?
Anything on
admin?
Nothing on admin? Okay. Anything on fire? I know we've discussed some things there.
The only question I had with fire was utilizing impact fees for the design of Fire Station 8. I think it's a bigger discussion. I mentioned to the mayor, designing 7 and 8 concurrently. Granted, it's impact fee, so it doesn't address, or it doesn't have any direct impact on the other issues we're discussing today, because it is impact fee funds, but do we need to utilize and expend that funds for 8 concurrently with 7? I think that's a bigger discussion.
Yeah, there's a, right.
Yeah, I don't know if we can resolve it today necessarily, but I don't have my head around doing 2 stations at the same time.
Which is the deeper philosophical
That's the
discussion.
bigger, that's the bigger question. So, I mean, if it stays in, oh.
And to the point.
Teeny font.
In the spirit of our CFO.
So that was the only question I had on fire.
Until we see where this goes, I mean, if there are no adjustments made to the revenue, we cannot afford Station 8 as we're planning on moving forward for personnel. So that's, to Councilman Morton's point, if there's not a path for staffing for Station 8, then you can take it out and not fund any of the costs associated with it.
Quick question, because I remember this came up in the last workshop because it felt like 1.2 million or whatever this was a huge amount for design alone. Can we still plan to acquire the land for both stations, still plan to co-locate the police and the fire department together, but hold off just on, and maybe use hopefully the same design that we use for one station to the next station? Can we still kind of get some of the cost savings and synergy of co-locating them together, even if we phase this a little bit more? I guess would be my question.
Council, so I'll try and answer some pretty high-level questions, because I think, to your point, Joe, there's a bigger discussion here, certainly. But the question that got asked the last budget session was, with the cost, what does that include? And I didn't think quickly enough to articulate the breakdown of design. There's the pre-design services and work, there's the design services and work, and then there's really post-design work that's still part of that package during the construction phase. So the spreadsheet you have before you, I apologize for the small font, but you can see that breakdown of the different aspects of design and what you'd be paying for with design. You can also see a breakdown of if we did a standalone station, for example, design Station 7 and didn't worry about 8 right now, what does that cost look like? And then coming back later to do design work for Station 8, and how does that cost look? The synergy you gain by doing both of the designs at the same time, even though you say the floor plan, we want it to be identical, no changes, but they still have to do land testing, soil testing, compact testing, compaction testing, because that could completely change the architectural design of one. So you will lose that synergy and cost savings if you separate them out and say, let's just do 7 now, we'll do 8 later. Even though you may be doing the same exact floor plan, you're losing some of that synergy. And then take that further down the road, you're then losing synergy when you go out for construction bidding, because now it's 2 separate projects as opposed to bidding on 2 projects. So that's kind of that cost savings. If you add the layer of the police department, which certainly we're still working through with Jeff and his team and the mayor on co-locating, does that make sense? Again, you add that design all at one time, you're going to save money. The savings here is an estimate from the firm we use for Station 6. They said this is a very, very conservative estimate. Once you get into it, are there further savings? They say absolutely yes, but they're not willing to put it on paper. As the chief, I'm not willing to overpromise and underdeliver. So this is a pretty conservative estimate on the savings that you could see through the design aspect. To Joe's point, it is impact fee eligible. We've worked with Todd and his team. We have the money in that impact fee budget. So for us, having that shovel-ready project while the discussions still go on is not a bad thing for us, to have the design done, the plans done and drawn up, but certainly that's the conversation here.
Chief, so we have budget item for land for Station 7, but not for Station 8, obviously, but there's land identified. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do the design.
Yep. So Station 8 land has been purchased by the fire district. We've had a long-standing great relationship with them, so that's why it's not included right now. Station 7, that would be the city purchasing that land. Again, that's 2 acres being purchased for $78,000 plus some permitting, so that's why the request is 90. And then 2 acres being donated, which allows us the room that if we do a collaboration with the police department on a precinct, it allows us the room to be able to do that.
Can you share with us, or do you know an estimate of cost savings that we would have with putting the fire and police stations in the same location versus having the police stations at different locations? I know that's a broad question.
They're going to be in the same location.
Yeah, to answer that question, I probably can't speak to what the design cost would be solely for the police department if they did a standalone precinct. I'm assuming similar. If we look at the square footage that Jeff and I had talked about, they're pretty similar in square footage, so I would imagine very similar cost for a standalone.
One of the things, too, you have to consider is if we decide we can only afford one as opposed to two, is the fact right now, pointing to the northwest, that's 7, southeast is 8. Does that remain in the order that we do them?
Right, and that's a great point, Councilman Hoagland. I don't know if that's for sure a discussion that we can have in the future. Not know if that's necessarily a discussion we have today, but great point.
That's kind of what I brought up, is there's a station.
There's
a station to be designed, we call it 7, 8, 9, 10, station designed for a station versus 2 stations. The location of it and those details is a bigger discussion, whether there's 2 that's viable, definitely needs to get on a workshop discussion for all of us. But I just raised the question because what we know now, I didn't contemplate how it's really feasible to design both, and it just seemed as if you designed number 2 and allocated money to number 2 before you really had your head around, we had our head around the commitment to do number 2, and if number 2 would be built in 3 years or 7 years, or 2 years or 7 years, for example, is there really value in designing something now if there's a possibility it gets built in 5, 6, 7 years as opposed to 2 or 3? So that was the reason that it made sense that the next station, not 7, right? Fund the design, but keep the impact fee, keep your powder dry, and the impact fee fund for the second fire station until we have our head around the where and the when from a capital expenditures and the labor costs associated with it. It's just a much bigger leap than, number 2 is a bigger leap than number 1 for fire station growth. So again, it doesn't adjust the challenges maybe today, it just puts it back in the impact fee fund.
I think, Joe, I could probably speak to that a little bit. You know, I don't know, several years ago, we got comfortable with the design, if you will, of our fire engines. So now when we talk about a new fire engine, it's a rinse and repeat. We call up Pearson, we say rinse and repeat that because we're very comfortable with that spec. Similarly with fire stations, we're very comfortable with the floor plan anyway of Station 6 with some minor tweaks that we've identified where we can cut some square footage here and there. And what we envision is a rinse and repeat. The only thing that would change is potentially the outside, because if we're moving to a commercial location, we may make the outside a little more commercial as opposed to a residential, which these 2 stations are going to be predominantly residential, making those fit more the community and more the neighborhood. But the floor plan itself, from a consistency standpoint, a rinse and repeat standpoint, that's what we envision. Is not every time we build a station, we tweak a brand new floor plan. We just say, let's pull out the old one and make sure it's still current to code and move forward. So that was the thought process of whether we build Station 8 in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, to your point, we have the design done and we're happy and comfortable with the floor plan.
Yep.
That was the thought. I know schools have done something very similar. They don't reinvent the wheel every time they build a new school. They kind of pull out the old floor plan.
And I think I would just say this, I'll speak for the chief's behalf. Real question is if you think we need it, and then can we afford it? The chief has a plan to make it work from a staffing perspective. You know, having people ready to roll into it. They've been working on that. They feel comfortable. So really the question more for council is if you don't think one or both of these are needed, then let's have that conversation a lot sooner rather than later, so we can make that decision. But they are moving operationally towards being able to open them both within 4 years. And if we're not going to fund it or prepare for it, then we can backtrack on that and they can modify. But they've got a plan to make it happen. Just do we have the funding, and or whether you think it's plausible that we should make it happen.
And that's the discussion. You're spot on. So if that happens before September 1 or October 1, doesn't happen today, though. But certainly needs to happen, because there's a huge funding mechanism that any plan is contingent upon. So having the collective group on board with however that plan is to be laid out will be key. So I don't know how soon you guys can
I think
frame that up.
Once you determine what your budget looks like today, that will be the start of that conversation. So.
Wow.
Your potential, as of right now, you're potentially adding a $5 million hit, $1 million a year, the ongoing, which is the cost of staffing the station with the step plan. So that's what we're really getting to. If you use those funds and you don't find revenue for those, you're essentially putting the station as a not possible option for one of them.
I don't know if I'm not going to.
Based upon the fact.
Tempting to debate. I don't agree with you necessarily. I think that's a big leap.
That's based upon the balancing of the 5-year CFP. That's what it will take.
But the CFP has assumptions built into it that we're not necessarily all on board of. So if we assume in its current state, yes. If we assume something different and the CFP is comprised of different components, then no. So I think that's the good debate when we have this collective discussion. I think we'll help flesh that out for us to get our heads around. If you do X, you're doing that in lieu of Y. And to your point, I think what you're saying is just that. If we've gone down a path of this, which precludes us from doing something else, but we've got to make sure we're all on the same path. That's all. So, and if it stays in, quite frankly, yeah, it could stay in. We still have to have the discussion. You can leave in design for both, but we have to have a big talk really soon to see, are we on board with what you suggest, and to make that financial commitment in capital and labor to make that happen that quick. And if we are, then great. We can all budget accordingly, but if we're not, we need to know that too. I just thought funding the second station, we'll call it, seemed a little bit ahead of the curve for that conversation. If it stays in, if everyone wants it in, I don't have heartburn necessarily. It's impact fee funds. I just want to have that conversation soon. So your planning and your operations don't get hamstrung later in the game if there's financial constraints. So I guess the Tuesday 11:30 a.m. question is, for the purpose of moving along, if it stays in, it stays in, that's fine. Just, I raised the question of the second station design costs from impact fees remain in or not, and we can move on.
I guess I would just ask a question, exactly how much, this font is very small for me, exactly how much money are we saving by designing both at one time? And that might help me to quantify the wisdom of moving forward on both.
Councilwoman Strader, I'm going to preface this a little bit with, when you say exact savings, I can't give you that, because what we have in preliminary savings based on what we see in front of us is $175,000 to $200,000. If we take the word of the architect to say there's quite a bit more out there potentially, I can't give you exact. So what I can give you is the most conservative value I can possibly give.
And so if I'm reading this correctly, so we're talking about maybe a 10% savings. Does that sound about right?
25 to 30% if you were to do them separately.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. You know, if we make the decision today, we're not ready to do them together from a design perspective, and maybe we're going to have a discussion about getting the land, or there's a lot of different ways to do it, but part of it's donated. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on, but point being, I'm trying to understand the magnitude of the cost savings by making the decision today to design both today.
And what I can give you minimum is 175 to 200,000 minimum.
And Mark, is that reflected on here that I'm missing?
So if you look, the second column, so Station 6 is what it costs us for design. So that's into the construction phase of that design project. It was 617,000. If we look at the inflationary value 4 years, this is what they gave us, 691,000 for one station. If you combine Station 7 and 8, it's 617 for Station 7 and 442 for Station 8. So those are looking at your savings. And then you can see additionally, if you were to add a PD precinct to each one of those stations, you can see the cost there as well.
So Chief, help me understand, if the designs are so similar, I understand the differences in cost with the pre-design services, basic services, a lot of that's related to the structural elements, the groundwork, but if the building designs are so similar, then under the estimated design team fees, why is there such a high figure for Station 8? I mean, what is it that they're doing that's going to be different from Station 7 if the building designs are so similar? Or am I not understanding what's included in that section?
So great question, Councilwoman, and I am not an engineer. I'm not a designer, so I would have to get the subject matter experts in here to truly answer that question for you.
Hey, Mark, I'd like to point out too, if you've done any sort of work with architects, it's based upon a percentage of the project costs. It's not really broke down into, this is going to cost this much, it's going to cost this much. It's if you have a $4 million building, we're going to charge 8% or 10% or 11%. And that's how the construction managers work as well. So probably because it's delayed, increased costs to the ratio of that percentage. So also, one other thing I'd like to point out is that in listening to some of the council members' opinions about what should come first, north or south, there's a conflict in police and fire. So if we're going to have a joint facility and the priority for police is north, but the priority for fire is south, then we can't build together or build only one building. I just will point out to you that the priority for police is north.
Nick, I think that's where it comes back to Councilmember Borton's comment. We've never really even had a full conversation about co-locating police and fire together and what our vision is for that as a city. So I think there's a lot of potential ideas that I think each of us are formulating, but we haven't had that discussion. I mean, Chief, from the fire impact fees, the only thing we can use those fees toward are related towards a new building. And so to Councilmember Borton's comment, if we say for this purpose of this budget, we're going to fund a design of one station, it's spending authority, and that's not to say that we don't bring that up for a future conversation after we have maybe a more larger conversation about where we're headed as a city, that you bring a budget amendment and we head down that path. I mean, it's the city's impact fees pertaining to fire. We use that to build new buildings. So, I mean, I think there's a good conversation here, but I think we'd have a much better, much more framed conversation at a later point in time. I think Councilmember Borton's point, a very soon-to-be future workshop agenda that we can talk about the merits of co-locating, and do we place such a high emphasis on co-locating that we think maybe we should do one in the north first, or is there more of a need for a station in the south? I live in the south, so I have my definite opinions, but I think our folks who live in the north probably have their opinions as well. But until we get the chance to really kind of noodle on that as a council, some of this is a little premature. So I'm supportive, I think, for the conversation moving forward is keeping just the funding for one station now, whether that's south or north, to be determined at a later point in time. Whether it includes a police substation or not, that's another conversation at another time. But for the budgetary purposes, spending authority, I'm comfortable with having just one in there.
Councilman Kavanaugh, I'll just point out too that there's no real cost savings for the police to co-locate with fire when it comes to building the actual building, because the costs are the costs.
Sure.
For us, if you recall, we had that discussion on locating the precinct at a different place.
Yep.
And that kind of fell through, and then it three came up here recently, and we told them we moved on. So the real cost savings is the land.
Yep.
And so we've went out there and looked at land prices for a standalone facility for just police in areas that we thought would work. And so the cost savings you're going to get is land. You're not going to save much by cohabitating on the building.
Design. Okay.
Is there
Well,
any-
and- sorry.
Is there any operational benefit of having the two located together?
You know, when we were actually sitting down together, there's probably not. There's minimal. You could probably share a workout facility, but because of the CJIS security standards and the privacy for the firefighters that actually need to sleep and that, they have to be separated. So there's probably, you might be able to get a little bit of HVAC savings tied in, that sort of thing, but there's not much.
I think, Chief, the design, doing that together, there's savings. And then if you're a separate location, then you've got a separate land evaluation, soil compaction, all that normal construction stuff that has to take place before a building is built. Since it's one building as opposed to two separate, there'll probably be some cost savings there, so.
And that's true. You got the same crews are on one site, all that. So there is some cost savings that you just can't put a value to right now. But yeah, of course there is. And that's really why we were talking about building two stations too, is there's cost savings there as well. If you can bid it out, the big job, with one contractor, and when they get done with the foundation at one, they move to the next, you have cost savings there as well, because you don't have big equipment issues and have to get new crews, subcontractors and stuff. So it's really just a plan that we've come up with to try to save the taxpayers money, but we can also do it standalone as well.
Yeah, the savings is primarily in the construction. So the land, as long as the departments build it like they're in the right location, you don't even have to think of them as one building, whether they are or they aren't. They're just on the same adjacent pieces of property that if they were built at the same time would have a cost savings to the taxpayers. And if they're not, then you'll have the same standalone costs that you would pay when they are built separately. So.
How do we want to treat station number 2?
Doing a very good job on this one.
How do we want to treat station number 2? Again, I mean, this, we're starting, there's obviously a desire to get into this conversation quick.
Yep.
But for today, how do we want to deal with station 2? To the design cost impact?
From a design.
From jail.
Yes,
We're not
design.
deciding anything other than including or excluding the design cost impact fee, the second station. There's discussion to remove it.
I'm in favor to remove it.
I'm in favor of not removing from the standpoint of, if this is a savings for the taxpayers, why would you not do that? Where design is going to be the same. And this is, you know, we talk about LED conversions, and after 3.5 years, there's a $70 a year savings. This is a big dollar savings right off the bat. So that's my perspective on it.
I hear where you're coming from, and I think when it comes to saving, that's obviously, I think all of our ears perk up. My hesitation is around if we're not going to be in a position to build that building that's designed in very short fashion after it's been designed, do we run the risk of
Having to do it again.
efficiencies from another building being built that, oh, boy, had we known, we would do it this way. And now we've got a building designed, and now maybe those cost savings are lost because now we're redesigning. I think also the pieces about how PD is incorporated leave a lot of questions up in the air. And that's why I think where my hesitation is to hold it. Because we just don't have a lot of clarity about where we're going to go. So I hear where you're coming from, and I think that the cost savings intrigue me, especially early on. I wonder if those cost savings would ever actually be actualized. If we're not going to be in a position to build these buildings, maybe with the timetable that we initially had hoped.
And I understand, Councilman Cavanagh, that, I mean, that's a logical argument, and it makes sense. It's just at what point will we know? I guess back to that conversation Councilman Morton's saying we need to have is, so do we leave it in until we have that conversation, then take it out? And is that now, and we have that before August, and we actually set the budget? These are impact fees, so it really doesn't affect the bottom line for the general operations. We can still bank those and have it available, so that's not an issue. But yeah, that's
And
a
even
good
if
question.
they're in the budget and you decide not to move forward, they won't be spent.
Right.
I mean, this is one of those which is, it's more perception than reality, you know? Because it's not going to impact any of the budgets, no matter how you do it. Whether you put it in the budget now, you take it out in August, you do a budget amendment in October, that's really,
Mr. Mayor, I agree with you, except for that I feel like that when you commit it to a budget, that you're communicating that to the public. And if that's not the direction that we're going to go, I would rather add it at a later point in time and communicate that to the public than to communicate to the public, we're designing to, this is where we're headed, and then reel that back in or not move forward throughout the course of the year.
that's why I said perception.
Yeah.
That, to your point, that is what you would be essentially doing, just like removing it is also perception that you're not going to go there. So both have merit.
I would say my thoughts are in line with Councilman Hoagland. There is a significant time that passed between Station 5 being built and Station 6 being built, and there were a lot of improvements that were made, a lot of technology that had come to be, a lot of changes in how the fire department functioned. Is there, to Councilman Kavner's point, is there anticipation that there will be that much more significant changes? Can you talk to us about what changes were made from Station 5 to 6? Was it number of staffing? Was it how the building was designed? Give us an idea of if there are potential changes in design that would come in 5 to 7 years, what those would be. Obviously, you can't predict the future,
Yep.
but help us give a context. If we're sitting here talking about doing delay because there might be changes to the design in 5 years, is that realistic, and what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, great question. I was going to chime in on this. As to the changes in design, I don't anticipate many. We were very thoughtful in Station 6. We got the involvement of the firefighters. We've since received feedback from the firefighters on the good and the bad about Station 6, and the good far outweigh the bad. There's some minor tweaks we can make. Again, to the point of our fire engines, we anticipate moving forward that it's going to be a rinse and repeat. We've seen other fire departments do that very successfully. There is no sense recreating the wheel for something that works great. The changes that I can't even predict, in my opinion, and I'll look to Dave Teedy, would probably come more from a technology standpoint as opposed to a floor plan, workflow, clean environment standpoint. I don't anticipate us ever going back to carpet, as an example. We're going to have concrete floors throughout all of our stations moving forward. The layouts of the bedrooms currently flow really nice into the bays. I don't see that changing. The gyms, the firefighters love. I don't see that changing. So do I see major design changes moving forward? No. I see a template being built that's going to be replicated long after I'm gone, and long after most of us are gone, when we add station, whatever, 10, 11, 12. So to the point of cost savings of getting them both designed, I still support it. There's an old saying about stepping over a penny. And even at $175,000, to have, whether Station 8 is 2 years, 3 years, 10 years from now, to have that project shovel ready to avoid the delays that we realized in Station 6, because it had been 10 years since we built a fire station, I'd like to set the department up better than that. Again, impact fee money, we can have that debate. I can skin that cat a lot of different ways. You can approve one now, I can come back and give a presentation, you say, let's do two, and I do a budget amendment. I understand the conversation. But to me, we're not going to be changing the design significantly. We may change the exterior. It may be blue as opposed to green. It may be metal roof versus shingles. I don't know, some of those smaller details as far as where we move into. As far as Station 7 or 8, I'll just tell you now, it's a flip of the coin. I had this conversation with Luke yesterday. If it was 9 months ago, you were to say, Chief, where's the next station? I would have said Northwest. With the rooftops, with the Oaks, with the school, with the Highway 2026 expansion, that's driving the data to say there. Now as I look out and I drive out south, and I go out to that property around Discovery Park with the park being furthered, With the rooftops out there, it's a flip of the coin from a data perspective on which one's next. So now it's kind of opinions chiming in about which one's first and which one's second.
Right, and that's a different discussion. So where do we stand right now?
Yeah, so I'm just, where I'm probably falling out now, I'm not convinced of the wisdom of designing both, but I'd like to approve it in here to give us the flexibility. That's kind of where I'm thinking is kind of along Brad's lines. Like, I prefer to put it in, but know that it will be heavily scrutinized and we'll have a separate meeting between now and the end of August to have this big picture discussion. And there's a good chance it gets taken out. But I'd like to leave it in for now because I don't think we can go the other direction from what I understand about the process.
So, yes or no?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with
Okay.
Councilwoman Strader. I want to say one other thing. The benefit I also like to having both designs done is if we are able to, if our revenue situation changes, if there's a scenario that comes from federal funds that are to be used, I don't know, we don't know yet what those will be approved for or not. I like the idea that we have the design ready if we are able to actually realize cost savings in the construction piece of doing both, building both at the same time. If we're able to realize cost savings in that, I want to have the design ready for that. So.
Okay, got a yes. Brad? Okay, Liz?
Keep it in for now, but I want to have a big picture discussion before the end of August.
Luke?
Leave it in. I think for my three colleagues, it's in the mayor's budget. We're going to have a bigger conversation about this likely sometime in July. And we'll have the opportunity to discuss this again before we approve the final budget. So I'm supportive of leaving it based on the feedback that I've heard from everyone.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Oh, all right, I know there's anything else on fire? Good? I think we're good. Parks and Rec, I know there's some discussion there.
Yep. Oh. Hello.
Administrator?
Yeah, the master plan update, I'll let Steve Sidaway wander in. I feel really bad. I promise I'm not trying to pick on you. I have honed in on this one, and I am not convinced. I don't know where I'm looking here. Yeah, I'm just not convinced that we need the, Parks and Rec master plan update this year. I remember in our last conversation was kind of, hey, we put this last on our list for a reason. We are getting a lot of other feedback from the open space survey, a ton of other citizen engagement. I personally think this can wait a year, and so I'd like to take it out.
Any more discussion on that, or? Councilman Holden?
I'd like to hear from Steve to talk about the need for the master plan.
Hey, Steve, before you start, just so that we know, we have an executive session that starts in 5 minutes and lunch, and so.
Okay, I can be brief.
I don't know, okay, is that okay?
Yes. Councilwoman Strader is correct, and I'm not feeling picked on, so we're good. It was placed last for a reason. It was our lowest priority. I do feel that nothing truly falls apart if it is postponed a year. I felt it was my duty to bring it forward because we are at the 5-year mark for the existing master plan. And like I mentioned last time, we have grown so much as a city, approximately 30,000 people. I thought that it was worth talking about whether it is time to fully resurvey the population, to update that. Also, we built 5 major new parks in those 5 years and get all the GIS information updated for the level of service analyses, et cetera. It was also a way to bring forward the idea of the cost analysis that had some interest expressed by council. But we're not directionless. We have a good plan. We have a solid plan in our 5-year work program or our CFP. Being that it's at the 5-year mark, it is time to retouch it soon. And whether it is time this year or next year, I'll leave to you.
And there's no system that says, oh, it's now a 10 instead of a 9.5, so. I mean, it's-
Love it. More to-
I'm in
It's not-
favor of
if it's not
considering
gonna
moving it.
impede operational programming, and you guys clearly have a lot on your plate anyways. I'm supportive of delaying it for a year. I'm gonna bring it back for our conversation next year. I think it seems to make sense. I also trust our parks director. We've had a great history and a lot of great results with your leadership and following your direction. But I'm not hearing a huge protest to keep it in, so unless I'm misreading things, I'm supportive of holding it for a year.
I'll be okay either way, so.
Yeah, and as Parks Liaison, I mean, we've got a great engaged Parks Commission, we've got great staff, people, that just gives them a year to prepare for all the information that's needed, another year to look at it and get ready for what they know is part of a master plan study, so, yeah, I don't think it's gonna cause any heartburn anywhere.
I do think it ought to be revisited soon, but this year versus next year isn't huge to me. It's not a critical difference.
So you have two that
My
are,
hope this year was to make more progress with our pathways and to be able to contribute more funding if necessary to that, but I think in light of all the discussion, it have to be a conversation for another year.
out? Okay.
Any other questions for me?
3 minutes you did it, wow.
Is there anything else in parks that you'll want to revisit after lunch, or Steve?
I think it's great.
Ready to go?
Okay. With that, council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burr.
I move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-206A1A.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton?
Aye.
Councilman Cavanagh?
Aye.
Councilwoman Perot?
Aye.
Councilwoman Strader?
Aye.
Councilman Hoagland?
Aye.
All ayes, motion
Councilman
carries.
Burnt? Aye.
Check, 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 check.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor? Councilman Burr. Councilman Burr. I move that we come out of executive session.
Second?
I have a motion and a second, come out of executive session. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are in recess until 1 o'clock.
I'm turning on your microphones. Your microphones are coming on, just so you know.
Council, I'm going to go ahead and call us back from recess. Just for a brief, it's 1:01 p.m. And when we will move on to item 5, City Council continued fiscal year 2021 budget workshop discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Change space now. All right. We good to keep going?
Yep.
Okay, all right, let's go then. So we just finished off before we went to lunch, the Parks and Rec. Assume there's no further commentary or question there on that. We're good to close. That leaves us with PD. And we have, as you can see, either in your book or up on the screen, all of the budget requests for the police department. If there are any questions, concerns, commentary, now's the time to bring those up.
Brad, we had, from our morning conversations, the consideration of removing for the year the recruiting officer. At least we had that discussion of pros and cons and the trade-off, and we don't need to rehash it necessarily, but I think it's following that conversation, that was, at least for my list, the one item on this that could come off, or at least discuss for coming off, maybe for a later year.
So potentially pushing that out?
Correct.
I agree as well with that. I think the rationale is that we're hopefully partially solving our recruiting problem by fixing part of our pay problem. I'd rather go about it that way. So let's hold off on that for a year, I think.
Any other questions, comments about, I guess specifically the recruiting officer one? If not, we can finish with this, and I move towards balancing, seeing where we're at, and then making any adjustments from there. So where are we at? So right now we are over by 503,000. Hard to see. 93,000? 593. Okay. All right. Need to get my prescription. There they go. That right now is being solved by using fund balance. If there's another way you want to talk or approach, we can have that discussion.
Unless we have, and by the way, before we start, if we can talk directly into the mic when Miss Perot's here, so she can hear a little bit better, so that help her out substantially. So unless we can cut $593,000 and change, I think the only other option we have is to use the fund balance, unless someone has a different point of view or a different idea. Be willing to listen to that if someone does have an idea.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, so just so I understand, so we've put everything suggested now into the model, right? So the police step adjustment, the one-time employee payment, everything is in here. I'll be honest, I'm actually shocked that this is the amount that it's off by, in a way. It's not as how does this fit in previous years where fund balance was used, understanding that's not the ideal, it's not what we strive to do? What is the magnitude of this amount compared to other times that this has happened?
That's a good question.
Well, I can address the fund balance concern. Just to let you know, the fund balance is a concept that we actually adopt and adapt to our budget. So we promote the use of fund balance because we have those fund balances set aside funds. At the very top of your summary, you'll see actually an automatic investment into those fund balances so that we can tap into those resources in the future. So don't look at fund balance as a negative. It is a financial business model that we've adopted here at the city since before me. So again, it's something that we've always used to do the whole save before you spend. So don't look at fund balance as a negative. We look at fund balance as a positive to add the ability to move forward those one-time capital projects. You know, Robert made the comment, don't use one-times to pay for ongoing. He and I are on the same page. Don't work that into your practice. Use that fund balance to pay for those one-time capital items. To answer the question, is this number high or low? Every year is different. You know, Steve may have a Discovery Park down the line, Fire Station 6, a police station a ladder truck here. Every year is a little different for how we fund the annual budget. Is this year high or low? In my opinion, this year's a little bit low because in years past we've had bigger projects on the docket. So don't really try to gauge, are we 10% higher or lower? We are within our financial boundaries of how we practice. I think you guys are in good shape, whether or not you want to use fund balance to pay for the 593 or find some cuts or find some 3% of the property tax. This is the balancing part and where we're at right now.
It's close to, we've had seven-figure uses of fund balance before.
Oh, yeah.
So it's never 10,000 one way or the other.
Yeah.
It's 500 to a million at times.
Thank you, that's
depending on that. So all the numbers are big numbers, but it's within the wheelhouse of
And
custom.
do we feel like we have a comfort level that if we're taking, are we finding offsetting ways of using one-time adjustments and so forth? If we put everything into this, we have this concept of we're trying to match our ongoing cost with the budget that we're approving. There was some discussion, I think, of different solutions that Todd had about using replacements and so forth. Have we put all that into this, and do we feel like this is a sustainable budget from finances perspective?
The budget that you have proposed right now is sustainable from an ongoing operations standpoint. Right. You have not added a number greater in the ongoing revenue or ongoing expenses than our ongoing revenue can cover. That's where you stand at this point in time. For 21, you're good. Now, whether or not that impacts our 22 requests or 23 requests or 24 requests, that's a different matter because Robert brought up we have a compounding issue with revenue sources. So he and I agree that if we're going to add ongoing revenues or ongoing expenses, make sure you do ongoing revenues to some extent because we are planning 5 years out in our CFP. So yes, 21 looks great. You're in a great position, but I can't say that it's going to promise you a fundable 5-year CFP at this moment in time.
Todd, what was the new construction this year?
I'll look it up for you.
2.
It's like 2 point something. I'll get there.
2.3 million.
I want to say
2.3. And what was our ongoing personnel, not the step plan, the new personnel added that would impact that revenue?
so that would be bottom left-hand corner, which is about 700. Is it 700? No. It would be your total budget request. Yep. Personnel, so column C, column D, and, yep. What is it?
680.
There you go.
681.
Yep.
So if you subtract those two out, so basically you're using 1.7, 1.6 of new growth, which would be to provide new services or meet new expectations to fund ongoing operational costs. That's my best explanation for you. You can take that, you can leave it, but when you use the money today, it's designed for new growth to cover current expenses. It won't be there in future years, which again goes to our save before you spend mentality, because
we can't open, for example, a new fire station without you saving up those dollars in the future. So it looks good on paper for 1 year. You're fine for 1 year. You're not good year 4, or if the goal is to continue to bring on additional services.
Todd, I'd like to know, just from historical perspective, how often, if it's ongoing, find ongoing revenues to pay for it, but how often do you dip into the fund balance to pay for ongoing, like we are now historically? Has it happened every couple of years? Yeah, you got to do something for ongoing, or how rare is it?
The answer is, since I've been here and with Stacy before me, we've never touched one time to pay for ongoing. So again, the budget you have here is paying, you have enough ongoing to cover your ongoing expenses. We're using fund balance to pay for the one-times. So if you remove some of those one-times and remove the use of fund balance, you'd have a balanced budget. Because we've not put together a budget that has more ongoing expenses than ongoing revenues. That's the balancing act that we do for a 5-year CFP, and that's what we provide you. We would not present to you a ongoing expense greater than an ongoing revenue source.
I apologize for being late. Would you mind going back to the screen prior, over to the right-hand side? In green, is that including the changes? Did you calculate that over the break? Is that including the changes that we've discussed today, or is that?
That includes everything that we've discussed so far.
Ms. Pro? Jessica?
Is that 593 over budget based on our conversations that we've had so far today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You can see we've added things at the very top from, the police step plan, the one-time merit. We've also we removed some things, Mayor removed the transportation and participatory budget and some of those other things. So there's been, some give and take. And the end result we have right now is, 593, which, to Todd's point, is within what we've seen historically.
Did you remove any of the other items we discussed, the fire department vehicle or the design item? Well, design items comes at impact. Or any of those other items?
So
I'm not suggesting that you should, I'm just asking if you had done that in the calculation.
Design we left in.
Okay.
So station number 8 or number 2, whatever, we left that in. We did remove the battalion chief engine number, or rig number 27. We did remove that from the budget.
That was about 80,000, remember right?
And what about the Parks and Rec master plan update?
Confirmed,
we moved that, yeah.
Yep, 75,000 removed. Yep.
And
And Robert mentioned that he would remove the 20,000 for the budget, put participatory or community budget, 1 million for transportation, $20,000 for commuter rides. So those have all been reduced, and we've added those other items in with your discussions.
Did I hear you say that you estimated the 4% for the step plan? What was added in here?
5%.
5%.
5, okay.
In previous years, this is the point where we would have the discussion in regard to whether or not we take an increase in past years, we would take that in 2 seconds. I don't know what that looks like this year. I know that absolutely would affect a credit that would come from the governor's program. Unfortunately, we don't know what that number is. It makes this conversation really difficult. I mean, that could be $10, that could be $500 per house. And so I think that, I know that the mayor in his budget, proposed a 0%, but I think it would be prudent to have that discussion now. I don't want to lean anyone a certain direction, whether it's for or against. But I think that it would be wise just to talk about it. And so I don't want to necessarily get too far off in the weeds in the discussion, but I think having the discussion we need to have it.
Really good idea.
So I'll kick it off. Okay. The gap of 593,000 gets filled one of two ways. You take 1.5% of the allowable, roughly, which generates new revenue of about $600,000, or you utilize fund balance. and you utilize, it is kind of moving money around, but you utilize 593,000 of fund balance as we do various years. It gets allocated towards replacements, one-time replacements, which zeroes this out, and you've got a balanced budget. Normally, I would think that the utilization of the allowable, it's what it's designed for. It is our one lever that we can pull to generate revenue when necessary. I think this year is a unique exception, and the mayor's tried to capture some opportunity for our citizens to benefit from some rebate program. We don't have the details on what that might be. We might know a heck of a lot more by mid-August, I hope. Maybe not. So in light of that opportunity, I'm more inclined to utilize from our general fund, undesignated fund balance of a little over 19 million, to pull from that the 593, balancing this budget and completing it, leaving the utilization of the allowable at zero. See how this program develops.
I'm actually in agreement with that strategy as well. I think it increases the likelihood in future years that we'll have to take more. But I think if we pass up this opportunity to give what could be a significant credit to property taxpayers, it would be a mistake this year, because we know that property values are going up so much that even if our levy rate goes down, from extensive discussions with finance, we will obviously see several, a big portion of our property taxpayers' tax bills will still go up because their properties are appreciating so much. I don't think we can afford to not give them the benefit of that program this year. That's where I'm leaning. I also feel like it's structural in nature, because I think a big part of what we're trying to do is an adjustment in this police step plan to really correct some things in the past. I think in the future, having them be on the same cadence as the rest of the city will be a big benefit to everybody. I don't take it lightly using fund balance at all for this. I think it's a big deal, but I do think that the extraordinary circumstances warrant it for this year.
Coming.
From a mechanic standpoint, if we gain greater optics on the state property tax program, can we set our budget number now, but if we learn more about that program and we decide it's better for us to take 1% or 1.5% and then not utilize fund balance, is that an option that's available to us, or do we have to make that determination about pulling that lever today? Today? Okay.
You have to set your either high budget number today, because it's gonna get published, and we gotta notify the state if we're gonna participate in the program before we get to the budget hearing.
Okay.
In fact, I think it's in 2 weeks, so.
July
you may-
17th.
July 17th. You gotta make all decisions about 3% today, either way.
Okay. Then, to that point, I'm in agreement with my two colleagues that have spoken. I think that this is the appropriate pathway for us to follow, given the information that we have today.
Coming into this budget session, even before we knew anything what the state was going to do, to me, it was incumbent that we look at making it possible to have a 0% take on property taxes instead of the 3% that's allowable, just because of the fact of the situation that's going on. Good news is property values are going up, as Councilwoman Strader points out, but the bad news is that means taxes increase. But if we can lower our levy, the fund balance, it really gives me heartburn a little bit on fund balance, just because I think we're going to need those savings down the road, but it is within reason. It works, and I can live with it. But I think to not take the 3%, I think is a good message to folks out there that we understand that the situation you're in, we're doing what we can because our options are very limited in what we can do to reduce taxes, but we will do what we can, and I think that's what we need to do. So I'm in favor of taking that from the fund balance to have a balanced budget and move forward with it.
So Todd, just to get some perspective, so to state the obvious, this is a proposed budget, but our fund balance is actual dollars. Do we run an average, typically run an average of that high of a balance in relationship to our overall budget? I mean, that's pretty significant amount that's there. That fund balance has all been, those are actual dollars, but those have all been allocated, correct? Or, I mean, help me understand the relationship between, that's not just discretionary funds sitting there for any use. So help me have some perspective there.
Fair question. Yeah. So the fund balance numbers that we have, we build into our 5 and 10 year CFP. So to say that they're not allocated would not be 100% correct, because you can't really allocate anything until you guys appropriate, but within Robert's discussions and the director's discussions and the CFP, we have all of our undesignated fund balances assigned or allocated to a project over the next 5 to 10 years. So that money there is already kind of allocated, hence what Robert was speaking of. Any decisions you're making here will impact possible future projects that we won't be able to fund because that's being reduced because we've already penciled in that use, if that kind of makes sense. Again, we adjust it every year, we reanalyze it, but that money right there is undesignated available fund balance outside the CFP planning process.
So the assumption is we'll have to make an adjustment for that in future years and/or add revenue sources.
Either and or, again, a number of things could impact it. You could have a ridiculous permit year and revenues skyrocket, or complete opposite, revenues fall off the table, and then we have to reevaluate our, again, so many variables. That's why we evaluate it every single year, so we can make sure that we have 5 years fundable. So again, Robert's plan right now might not be fundable because X, Y, and Z happens, or whatever the plan is that we've discussed. Sorry, not your plan, I apologize.
No, that's fine. And I, like I say, you have the immediate impact to the fund balance, but what you are not seeing is the compounding projected impacts to the fund balance with what this budget is proposing. So, I mean, that number's a misnomer about the cost of this budget long-term, but it is the actual cost for FY21.
Yes.
So,
Hey, whoop. Sorry, Treg.
oh, go ahead, Liz.
I was going to offer up a thought. I don't love dipping into the fund balance for this, and I know that our revenue projections are very conservative, at least from what I've seen. So what I was going to suggest, at least one thing I think might make sense to put on the table would be to table, and it's an issue dear to my heart, but to maybe put the LED replacements out 6 months and see if our revenue projections if our actual revenues end up exceeding our projections, and then use that excess to fund via budget amendment. I'd like to still do the same magnitude. I still think it's incredibly important. I'm struggling with dipping into the fund balance if it's really this close. So I wanted to throw that out there.
I'll just say, again, from a one-time capital expense, use the fund balance. Do it all day long. It doesn't really impact the bottom line. So, personally, I would say I appreciate it in council, but it's your ongoing expenses which you're challenging this budget, not your one-time capital.
Maybe one follow-up before Councilwoman Farrow jumps in. So I think one thing that's important for me to understand, and I had that conversation with Brad as well, was if we dip into fund balance, if we project fairly consistent revenues and expenses in line with where we are now, do we think that we can pay for our ongoing operations next year within the 3% without taking foregone? That's something that I think it's good for us to hear that that's the case, because that's what I came away from that conversation with, but there's a lot of projections and assumptions that go into that, so that's a tough tough prediction to make, but it looked to me like from where we sit today, we have it within our ability, within our 3% next year, to, let's just say, that it should work pretty well from the conversation we had.
I would agree with that. I just want to make sure Todd's on board with that as well. But yeah, I think the answer is yes. We would have that to do it.
Theoretically, I believe, that the answer to that question is yes. However, and I understand the message that we're sending to our citizens. And I don't think there's a single member that sits on this council that ever takes this conversation lightly, ever. And these are important discussions, and we're seeing unprecedented times, and I don't know what the future holds, so it's sort of tough to answer that question 100%. I get why we're taking the 0%, and I agree with it. However, there's pause for concern about what the compound effect will be like in 4 to 5 years, and we're making a tougher decision for us next year. And so if that's what the decision we want to make as a body, that's great, but know that next year's conversation is going to be tougher than this one. And looking at projections and revenue streams, we might not have a choice. But just know that I just want each and every one of us to know that taking 0% this year, giving back to our citizens, which none of us disagree with, next year will put us in a position where next year's conversation might be a little bit different.
I apologize for this simple question, but would you take me through how it works to collect foregone in relationship to, so if the legislature doesn't freeze us and prevent us from taking the 3% next year, if we were to collect both that and the foregone, how does that look? Is there a percentage? How much foregone can we collect as far as a percentage goes? And can we do a 3% and then a foregone of 3%? And is that foregone the actual amount that we would have collected in a particular given fiscal year? Or?
So, fair question. So next year, let's say, hypothetical, you can take the 3%. And right now we have $2 million in our foregone. You can add $2 million into your revenue source. You can just grab it all at one time. We just have to notice it onto the citizens. There's no extra vote unless legislation changes it. But you are, in theory, getting the vote via the public hearing. We just have to notice it to the citizens. So on September or on July 20-something, we tell the citizens, we are going to do this, and then we have to put a special clause in there. We're also doing this. Please come back on August 21st and put in your vote. You guys then listen to your citizens, take it or not. So no real extra work at this time. Whether or not they change it, that's a different story. But no, you can grab 100% of it.
If we're discussing the political and financial ramifications to our citizens, I have hesitation about collecting foregone. I have hesitation about collecting both in the same year, but I have more hesitation about collecting foregone than trying to take a percentage this year. But the missing piece for me is just whether we're going to need to forego the 3% based on what's going to happen with federal funds and whether the city will be able to access those. So I know I'm in disagreement with the rest of my council members, but I would propose that we leave 1.5% in the budget, which should cover the shortage or instead of using the fund balance. And then if we get more information by the end of August about what will happen with federal funds, then we decide to take it out at that time, realizing that we may then have to actually use the fund balance. But it's my understanding that we could make the decision at that time. If we add the 1.5% in at this moment, can we choose to take that 1.5% out?
So
Is that because we're sending that levy to the assessor? Is that why?
No. We have to notify the CFAC, DFM over at the state that we want to participate. And for us to participate, we as a body have to commit to the 0. We don't tell Ada County and the State Tax Commission until August 21st when the public hearing, your actual budget is approved and adopted by you. That's when I report to council, or I apologize, to the state. hey, this is what we're doing, but to participate in this is July 17th. We have to commit as a body.
Good question. When we act for this tentative budget, is it by motion?
Normally, we don't do a motion, and it's usually just agreed upon that
Okay.
the budget is what it is, and we will provide you a tentative budget to propose to your citizens based on all these changes. We'll come back in a couple of weeks, go, here's council, please present this to citizens, and that's kind of how it works. Yeah. But if you wanted, I mean, you want to do a motion, it's up to you, but normally we don't need a formal motion by you guys.
Council, are we in agreement with the tentative budget that you see on the screens right now?
For the purpose of publishing this to the public, yes.
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 There we go.
And just want to make sure we're on this with the understanding that 593,334 will be
Taken out
use
of the
of fund balance to
right.
balance the budget to the citizens.
Right.
Right.
Correct.
We'll do it.
Right.
Council President Byrne, that also, I guess, doing this, we've had the discussion that we are going to be participating. I didn't know if there was any formal action needed to participate in the state program, whatever it is. Is that a future discussion, or when we get details, or how do we proceed on that?
Well, it's a fair question. I guess at the end of the day, council has the ultimate authority on whether they want to participate, where I guess we're assuming by taking a zero, you've committed to participating. The executive branch will go ahead and take on the paperwork process, but if you guys want to not participate and still take the zero, I mean, I'm not sure that would be the right decision.
That sort of defeats the purpose.
So, yeah, exactly. So it sounds like it's implied that by you taking zero, you've instructed us as an executive branch to apply accordingly for the CFAC funds.
But I have to say, it does give me heartburn. I mean, the federal government just put $3 trillion into our federal debt, and we're burdening our kids and future generations with a huge amount. I get it from that practical standpoint that, yes, this is the right thing to do, and we have to do it to make it work, because the money's been allocated, somebody's going to spend it, so let's get our share. But my gosh, we're headed the wrong way on this whole thing. Were we to have discussions about if we're going to spend X, where do we cut on Y? That discussion does not go on at that other level, and it's sad.
I think it's great that we're having that conversation, at least for the public record. I could not agree more. I think if we continue to have the Federal Reserve print money constantly, we're just inflating asset bubbles, and it's going to create a lot of issues down the line. So I could not agree more with you, Brad, on that. But we do have property taxpayers who are hurting very acutely in our own community that could benefit from this specific program. I think it would be irresponsible not to give them the benefit of that. It could be material.
I do have one more action I need by the council. This year, new statutes for us to manage is the actions on foregone revenue. Given that we have decided as a body not to take any of the allowable 3%, we now have to propose to our citizens in a legal document that our intentions to do something with that 0% or the 3% allowable. In years past, it was implied if we did not take any of the 3%, it would automatically come to us or sit in our foregone. We now have to actually state on record that, yes, we're not taking any of the 3%, and yes, we want it to go into our foregone balance. So I need to hear from you, the $1 million that we're quote-unquote not taking by not utilizing the 3%, is it your intentions for us to ask the state to add it to our foregone balance going forward, or completely lose sight of it? And if you do that, you can never tap back into that ever again. My recommendation to you is to acknowledge the 0%, but acknowledge to the citizens in the state that we wish to have the foregone added to our foregone balance. So if you want to tap into it, it's available to you. There's no financial impact to anybody, because if you never touch it, it's nowhere there. But if you never acknowledge it, you'll never be able to get it.
Acknowledge it.
Yeah, I think foregone. It's like it's such a complicated discussion.
It's an oxymoron.
I know, it's the worst. It's like, but I think that we would add it. You know, if we're saying we're going to add it, but we're not giving an implication that we're going to use it? Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
I would be in favor of that.
Yes, it seems responsible to include it. It's just a new, more formal designation of what already existed, and we're just preserving that opportunity for a future council to have that flexibility should the need arise. It would be irresponsible to not make that procedural declaration that it's into our foregone pot.
Agreed.
At any point, does that, how long does that last? At any point, are we prohibited from collecting it? Is there a time or a term
Never.
limitation?
Current state statute has 0 limitations on timeline usage.
Mr. President, I can help give the council a little bit of context. So in the past, before this legislative session, the action that was needed is if the city council opted not to take any of the tax, they could pass a resolution saying they would never take the tax. But now they've sort of reversed it. It said now you've got to say you might take it at some point in the future, therefore you want the state to make sure to continue to collect it. Or at least account for it, I'm sorry, at least account for it for future. So that's really the only difference.
Bill, can we, via that resolution, create sideboards around that? Meaning we would only use it in the case of an emergency declaration or something along those lines?
So, Mr. President, members of the council, Councilmember Kavner, I don't believe you are prohibited from doing that. All I've read so far is you have to pass a resolution like Todd had stated that you just want them to account for it. Again, a resolution really has no force of law other than the direction that you're giving to the state or the county on retaining it or recording it. It's up to you. If you want to limit yourselves, you certainly can. I wouldn't recommend it because you never know what the cause may be, but that's certainly up to you.
Council, and maybe this is a conversation for a later point in time. Councilmember Burnt, I think, hit the nail on the head. Foregone's kind of it's a challenging term, and to me, if we're choosing not to take a property tax increase, that is a fairly strong commitment to the taxpayers, and something that I really, really support. So I'm not excited about adding a resolution that says we could potentially take foregone in the future, unless there are some really strict sideboards around that, because I think that's an important commitment to the taxpayers. So where the law is kind of different this year, I think we've got some options, and I think that's something that we should be exploring at a minimum, as opposed to just carte blanche. To Bill's point, there aren't a lot of teeth around that, but I think that just solidifies our commitment to the taxpayers to not use it unless there's an extreme emergency.
Mr. Cavan, got a question for you. So I believe we have a existing foregone balance of 2 million plus. And so are you requesting that we add sideboards to all of it, or just the 1 million that we're putting into it?
It's a really good question. To me, as I'm thinking again out loud, as I understand, the resolution that we would have to pass would only pertain to this year's budget. So to me, that's, because of the way the law is written, it would only pertain to this year's budget, but I'd be open to learning more from legal staff or finance staff about.
Councilman, that's not accurate. You would, the foregone, you can't touch it this year regardless. It's gone. It's only stuff that can be brought up by future councils in future years to request as part of the budget process. So and Bill, I guess that would be my question to you. Can this council bind future councils from accessing revenue? That's essentially what Councilman Kavner is asking. I think the answer to that is no legally.
Right. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and if I didn't state it as clearly, a resolution is merely a declaration of intent today. There's no, it's a message to a future council that was the intent this council had. Doesn't bind them from doing anything. It simply is a directive of what this council believes in 2020.
So if that's the process, would it be okay to proceed with the resolution? If we see it in advance, we might be able to talk about some, even if it's non-binding declarations of intent of why we're including it, but we're doing so hopefully for these narrow purposes. But we wouldn't draft it today in this discussion, but we see in advance what it looks like. Maybe we can come up with something.
I think if it was something very broad, like extraordinary circumstances, I would understand that. I don't love the idea of building a sideboard for the unknown future. Like, if it's too specific, we're sure the whole point is to keep optionality for extraordinary circumstances, but I do think it's accurate. I don't think there's a single person on council here that would take foregone for anything short of some extraordinary circumstances.
I agree with Councilwoman Strader. My hope is that us, if we're making consideration of this in the next 3 years, or future councils will take the decision to collect the foregone very seriously and go through the same very deliberative process. I trust that future councils will be very deliberate in their decision to take foregone, and for that reason, I'm not supportive of putting sideboards on it as well. I feel like that takes away their ability to be very specific and deliberative on what they may use those funds for, and I don't want to take that option away from them. Although, again, I realize it's a resolution and they could create another resolution removing that limitation, but I trust that ourselves or future council will be very deliberative if they have to collect foregone. Obviously, previous councils have not taken foregone very frequently, so it's something I think each council has taken very, very seriously.
And I'm in the same mindset. I just don't see the need to put sideboards on now. As elected officials, we're accountable to the voters. And if we, next year, decide we have to take foregone, we have to explain why. We are accountable to them and say, we are doing it for this reason. So in advance of that, doing it, to me, it seems there's no need for that. It's at that time, we did it for a specific reason. I don't think any of us are going to take it, just because we can take it. It's going to be for a specific purpose if we take it at all. So I think that's the accountability. They're going to hold us accountable to our actions at that time, whether or not we pass a resolution saying, we'll only do it for this, but for that time, we better give good reasons, or they can say, okay, that's a terrible reason, I don't want you anymore. So, and that's within their purview.
And perhaps, with this being the new law, perhaps I'm a little ahead of my skis. It might make sense to see what that resolution looks like before we start talking about those hypotheticals. Just since it came up, and because this is a new approach, I know in the past other jurisdictions have, part of their motion to approve the budget, have quickly said, and we won't take foregone in the future. And I think that's just what has kind of led this particular law to be passed. But I think once we see the resolution, we can have a deeper conversation if needed.
Now, to that end, I am in favor of maybe making a limitation of using foregone only for one-time expenses instead of ongoing expenses, or something to that regard.
So I'll answer. So once you add foregone to your revenue stream, it becomes an ongoing revenue stream. So really, it's usable for whatever fund you want at that point. So I wouldn't restrict yourself.
Todd?
I think give your answer. Or Brad, sorry.
I was just going to ask a question, Todd. We don't know what the state is going to propose with that. Could it be that they offer funds, if you don't take the 3%, we will give you these funds and no foregone?
Well, as of the latest language that's been proposed that we've seen, there's no talk about removing the foregone factor of it. Again, that's the latest language we've seen. We've seen 3 or 4 iterations of this, but right now, not a factor. The legislature has a different discussion on property tax and foregone.
I think give your answer.
We will propose the document for you guys later in July. Again, that document is you guys establishing the invitation to the citizens on your budget, and then they'll have access to it for about 3 to 4 weeks, and then we'll reconvene in August, where the citizens will approach you with any concerns, and then at that point, you will approve the budget, and then the following week, we'll ask Bill and the legal team to develop the official ordinance based on the decision that you make on that public hearing. So that's kind of a timeline standpoint. From here on out, you guys can discuss things. We can't add, as Robert stated, but you guys can reduce on the August hearing. The ball is kind of in the finances court now, and we'll do all the number crunching, resubmit it to you for your consideration for the tentative adoption for for the 21 budget sometime in July. So I think it's like middle of July we'll be back in front of you.
Before we shut it off, I just wanted to say that, this budget process is not like any budget process that I've been a part of. I've only been involved with 2. Mr. Borton's been involved with probably 20. How many? A lot, more than me. And so we discussed a lot of important issues, and I think we handled it in a respectful way. And so just wanted to say thank you for the dialogue. Appreciate you, and I think that's about it, Mr. Mayor, unless you wanted to say anything.
No, just take a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second the motion.
Motion second to adjourn the meeting. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.